Li Nuo turned a deaf ear to the shouts of the cultivators in the audience and simply gestured sideways, summoning a maidservant to immediately present the auction item. This time, there was no red cloth to conceal the item, so everyone was able to see that it was actually some kind of ore. This ore was about the size of a small melon, its whole body round and radiant, exuding a light blue color. Judging from the posture of the maidservant holding it, this item was not heavy. The noise in the audience gradually subsided as everyone's eyes were attracted to this ore, many staring curiously while divine senses were also being extended from the private rooms, constantly scanning this unknown item. However, no one was able to see any clues. Even Yang Kai frowned with a suspicious look on his face. One had to know that there were few things in this world he could not see through with his current divine sense. But this ore was one of them. From this fact alone, even if this last auction item was not a priceless supreme treasure, it was still a rare and valuable item. Yang Kai's interest was thus stimulated. On the central platform, Li Nuo lightly curled her red lips and said softly, "This item was something my Clear Sky auction house coincidentally obtained, and ever since we have been studying it. Unfortunately, no one from Clear Sky auction house has been able to identify its use as of yet, and we were only able to conclude that it is a good artifact refining material. Today, with so many powerful masters present, perhaps there is a sir who will be able to identify this bead and knows its true purpose. This mistress hopes that if any sir is able to do so, please enlighten me to dispel this mistress' doubts." "What nonsense are you spouting? How could you bring something like this out to auction?" Someone immediately yelled impatiently. Li Nuo just smiled lightly however and declared, "The final auction item. The unknown artifact refining material. Base price, 30 million. In the hall, many cultivators burst into laughter after experiencing a brief silence. Obviously, they all felt that Li Nuo's reserve price was ridiculous. Li Nuo did not care though, and just stood atop the stage with a smile on her face. As she had said, this item had been studied by Clear Sky Auction House for many years, but nothing was ever discovered about it. Even Aunt Chun was unable to judge what it was for, but that did not hinder its value. Li Nuo had compared it with some Origin King-grade artifact refining materials already but discovered that no matter which Origin King-grade material it was not as firm as this. In other words, this ore was at least artifact refining material at the Origin King grade. It would be best if this thing could be sold, but it also did not matter if it couldn't be. It would be perfectly acceptable for this auction to fail. After a long time, with no one bidding, it seemed this last auction item was destined to not be sold. Li Nuo glanced around with her beautiful eyes, and couldn't help showing a look of disappointment realizing this. "Lady Li, could you allow this king to investigate that item?" Suddenly, a calm voice spoke from one of the private rooms. Li Nuo followed the voice to its source and discovered it belonged to the occupant of room A5. Smiling lightly, she nodded and said, "Naturally, that is not a problem. Please wait a moment, sir." Saying so, she gestured to the maidservant and had her quickly walk towards the room where Yang Kai was. In room A5, Yang Kai frowned as a solemn look appeared on his face. Hua Yumeng asked in surprise, "Sir, do you recognize this thing?" Yang Kai shook his head slowly. "I'm not sure. That's why I want to take a closer look." Hua Yumeng nodded. Nearby, in room A1, Jiang Chongfeng's face changed slightly as his expression turned sullen. "Great Elder, the one who spoke just now is that man." Gong Sun Liang raised his brow before narrowing his eyes. "My Purple Star's third venerable?" "Indeed." Jiang Chongfeng nodded sincerely. "Just a few days ago, this Jiang was ordered by you to invite this person to the inner city, but he rudely refused. This Jiang specifically explained that Great Elder had requested to meet with him, but he refused to give any face. This man is simply too arrogant." Gong Sun Liang stroked his beard and snickered. "Anyone who has the ability can be arrogant. This old master wanted to find a chance to meet this person another day, but I didn't expect to meet him here today. Since that's the case, we can talk now. This old master wants to see if this venerable strength is real, or if he is just a fraud." Jiang Chongfeng was surprised when he heard these words as a grin appeared on his face just imagining Yang Kai's coming misfortune. He knew that, while Gong Sun Liang acted as if he did not care on the surface, in truth, he was very upset about not being given any face. Inside room of 5, Yang Kai held the unknown auction item and observed it solemnly, probing it with his divine sense. Hua Yumeng and the maidservant did not dare to bother him. At first, nothing unusual stood out, but at a certain moment, Yang Kai's complexion could not help changing and a piercing light flashed across his eyes, as if he had been attacked by someone, and he pushed his divine sense madly to condense a barrier around him. Pa! A faint sound rang out as Yang Kai's divine sense defense was broken in an instant, but just as he was about to resist again, suddenly, everything subsided. The entire auction house was now silent, with 99% of the cultivators present pale and trembling. The moment when Yang Kai divine sense broke out, it was as if a dormant dragon had stuck its head out from its cave, causing everyone to cower in fear. Fortunately, this ominous pressure disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Otherwise, many in the audience would have had their minds crushed. Inside the private room, a light of pleasant surprise flashed across Yang Kai's eyes, and immediately after, he returned the auction item to the maidservant with a calm expression and said lightly, "That will be all. You can return." "Yes." The maidservant took the auction item and hurriedly left, not daring to even breathe heavily. This old master would also like to observe the item. "I wonder if Lady Li Nua can be accommodating?" Gong Sun Liang's voice came from room A1. He was also quite curious. He did not know why Yang Kai suddenly released such a powerful divine sense fluctuation. But whether it was because of something Yang Kai did himself or because of this final auction item, Gong Sun Liang was determined to find out. "Naturally, there is no problem if Great Elder wants to look." Li Nua pursed her lips and smiled. The maidservant quickly turned around and brought the last auction item to Gong Sun Liang. Gong Sun Liang observed it for much longer than Yang Kai, but he did not cause a sensation like the latter did. The entire audience remained on edge, but they began to breathe a sigh of relief after a while, thinking that the Great Elder was truly the Great Elder. How could some outside powerhouse be comparable to him? With Yang Kai and Gong Sun Liang taking the lead, the masters in the private rooms all put forward similar requests. The last auction item was passed between the hands of many masters and did not return to the auction stage until after a stick of incense worth of time. Li Nua smiled and said, "Now that so many sirs have seen, I wonder if there is anyone who can tell this mistress what material this is? If anyone is willing to inform this mistress, if that sir is able to obtain it in the coming auction, this mistress can offer that sir a 10% discount." Lady Li Nua, this old master is not talented and can only tell that this material is extremely hard, Origin King grade at the least. From one of the B block private rooms, an old voice sounded immediately. "What point is there in saying that? This old master can also tell that this is a piece of Origin King grade material, but what it is exactly is unknown. Could this be a piece of Phoenix Star Silver? It is rumored that Phoenix Star Silver is formed when an ancient divine spirit true phoenix releases its fire breath to smelt together extremely hard ores, sealing some of its fire attribute essence into it. This old master can sense a hint of heat overflowing from this object, which is remarkably similar to the rumored Phoenix Star Silver." "Old Sue, are you blind? Phoenix Star Silver should be a fiery red color. This thing is a pale blue. Obviously, it's something else. This..." The person who had spoken before was speechless, apparently feeling that his guess was too arbitrary. He. Li Nua stood on the stage and smiled slightly. "Sirs, please calm yourselves. Let us auction this thing first and then discuss it, shall we?" She could also see that this group of people did not recognize what this last auction item was and therefore wasn't prepared to waste any more time. "It is as Lady Li Nua says." "Good. This old master bids 30 million. From a B block private room, the old man who just hypothesized the item was Phoenix Star Silver called out. Regardless of this thing's true identity, there was no doubt that it was a piece of Origin King grade material, and a very large piece at that. If this item could be brought back and refined into an artifact, it would definitely be worth spending some Saint crystals on. An Origin King grade artifact could become a family heirloom. Many sects didn't even have a single Origin King grade artifact. 31 million. 33 million. After being investigated by the various masters, this last auction item suddenly became a popular one, and although its price did not rise very high, it at least avoided the fate of being unsold. Soon, the price rose to 42 million. By this time, many people had gradually withdrawn. Perhaps in the hearts of these people, it was not cost-efficient to spend so many Saint crystals on an unknown item. Only 3 or 5 people were still bidding. If no one else stepped in now, this item would likely be sold for around 50 million. This was indeed the case as, after another round of price raising, the bids finally came to a halt at 51 million. At this time, no one tried to increase the price further. A hint of disappointment flashed across Li Nua's eyes seeing this. But just as she was about to ask if there were no other bidders, a voice from room of 5 spoke, 60 million. Yang Kai had made a bid. Li Nua raised her eyes towards room of 5 as a trace of shock flashed across them. Yang Kai had remained silent until just now, so she thought he had no interest in this item. Now, she knew he did not want to waste his time bidding against these people and simply wanted to swoop in at the end and have the last word. This was a tactic used by powerful cultivators and was tried and tested. Was he able to identify this material? Li Nua was suspicious. After all, Yang Kai was the first to check the auction item just now, and he had also made a stir while doing so. If someone told her that Yang Kai paid such a high price without knowing anything, Li Nua would not believe it. However, she knew better than to ask anything and simply waited for the final price to be called. Yang Kai making a bid here caused others to suddenly become dumbfounded, without even mentioning that this price had exceeded everyone's bottom line. Just Yang Kai's immense strength was enough for them to not dare challenge him. As such, after the price of 60 million was called, no one tried to enter another bid. Li Nua also spoke very quickly. This sir has bid 60 million. Is there any higher offer? If not, this mistress will begin the count. Li Nua had a good impression of Yang Kai, not only because Yang Kai gave her an approachable feeling when she first met, but also because of the message that night. Li Nua heard at the time that it was none other than Yang Kai who secretly sent her that message. As such, she naturally considered Yang Kai an ally, and now seeing him bid, she of course did not hesitate to support him, planning on quickly ending the auction so he could acquire this item. At the same time, she felt a bit annoyed in her heart. If she knew that Yang Kai was interested in this thing, she would not have put it out for auction and simply given it to him. However, this did not matter much. At worst, she could simply return his Saint crystals later to not let him suffer a loss. Various thoughts floated across Li Nu's mind as she kept talking. 60 million once? 70 million! Before Li Nua could make it to the second count though, another bid came in. Li Nua raised her head in amazement and looked to the side to discover that the new bidder was none other than Great Elder Gong Sun Liang, causing her to frown slightly. Inside from A5, Yang Kai also raised his brow, feeling quite surprised. But soon, he quoted a new price, 100 million. See, the cultivators in the hall gasped. In the past, few items exceeded 100 million Saint crystals during Clear Sky Auction House's auctions, but today the last 3 items met this standard. The Origin King Pill even managed to reach 1 billion Saint crystals in price. This unknown artifact refining material had also broken the 100 million mark, and this was just the beginning. For a time, everyone became excited. The confrontation between 2 Origin Kings, whether in terms of strength or wealth, was always quite thrilling. How could they miss this good show? As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, Gong Sun Liang called out, 200 million. Everyone was stunned as their hearts shook. Gong Sun Liang had only participated in the bidding for 2 auction items today. But the way he increased the price for each item he bid on was so arrogant and unrestrained that it was like he did not put his opponent in his eyes. This wasn't just bidding anymore. It was simply overwhelming others with money. Thinking so, many people showed a thoughtful look, wondering whether the Sir in room A5 had somehow offended the Great Elder, causing Great Elder to deal with him in the same manner he dealt with the second young master. Haha! Great Elder's financial strength is truly great. This one is impressed. Inside his private room, Yang Kai smiled lightly and called out directly, allowing everyone in the hall to hear his words. This friend is too polite. It is just a trivial 200 million Saint Crystals. When one reaches the realm that friend and I have, Saint Crystals are meaningless. Gong Sun Liang replied indifferently. What Great Elder said is correct. Yang Kai agreed. In view of that, then, Yang Kai's voice paused slightly, causing all the cultivators in the hall to turn sideways and perk up their ears, as if trying to hear more clearly. 500 million. As soon as these words came out, the hall boiled again, with everyone's eyes bulging as they stared around blankly, wondering if they had heard wrong. Great Elder's price increase was ruthless, but this person was even more ruthless than Great Elder. What were the origins of this man, daring to so blatantly compete with the Great Elder? Doesn't he know how to write the word death? Atop the high platform, Li Nua's beautiful eyes filled with restlessness, as she secretly scolded herself for putting this thing up for auction at all. Now, this had caused a hostile relationship to form between this sir and the Great Elder. If things were not handled well now, it would be a disaster. While worrying in her heart, she quietly sent a message to Aunt Chun, who was hiding nearby, asking her to look for an opportunity to settle this matter peacefully. Inside room A1, Gong Sun Liang's voice called out once more, "Friend, are you sure you want to pay 500 million for this thing?" Yang Kai chuckled. What's wrong? Great Elder was willing to spend 1 billion Saint Crystals on a worthless Origin King pill. So why can this king not spend 500 million on this unknown artifact refining material? Gong Sun Liang coldly snorted. Yang Kai, addressing himself as this king in front of him, upset him greatly. In addition, the last time he asked Jiang Chongfeng to invite Yang Kai, the other party did not give him any face, so his tone became cold. There is nothing wrong with it. I'm just afraid your excellency might be too caught up in the bidding and not be able to pay up later. There's no need for Great Elder to worry about that, Yang Kai chuckled. Great Elder can afford to pay 1 billion Saint Crystals, so naturally this king can too. Being rebuffed again, Gong Sun Liang became even more unhappy and said without hesitation, 600 million. 1 billion. Yang Kai did not back down. These few words caused the price of this unknown artifact refining materials to rise to the same level as the previous Origin King pill, which was not only shocking but also quite ironic. Is there anything in this world worth 1 billion Saint Crystals? An Origin King pill was certainly not worth that much, and this unknown artifact refining material was not either. Only face was worth so much. A cold light flashed across Gong Sun Liang's eyes, but just as he was about to increase the price again, Zi Wuji's chuckle suddenly came from room A2. You two have such immense wealth. Wuji is deeply impressed. However, Great Elder, you just spent 1 billion Saint Crystals, so do you still have the ability to increase the price? Zi Wuji was still quite disgruntled at the moment. He had been defeated earlier by Gong Sun Liang, losing out on the Origin King pill, so he was in a foul mood. At this moment, he saw Yang Kai fighting against Gong Sun Liang, so how could he just sit on the sidelines? Immediately, he stood up to help Yang Kai. The enemy of your enemy is your friend. Zi Wuji thought clearly in his mind. On top of that, he wanted to win over Yang Kai in the first place, so how could he not support him now? This was the perfect time to sell a favor, so Zi Wuji spoke without hesitation. Is this old master's ability to pay any concern of second young masters? Gong Sun Liang's expression was gloomy as he spat coldly. Wuji naturally has no right to interfere with Great Elder's private affairs. But, now that my honored father and eldest brother are not on Purple Star, Great Elder leads Purple Star. Great Elder's reputation is not just his own now, but also that of all of Purple Star, so due care must be taken when matters of integrity and credibility are concerned. Before, Great Elder managed to acquire that Origin King pill, but no one saw whether Great Elder paid the full 1 billion Saint Crystals he bid. Of course, Wuji has confidence in Great Elder's character and does not doubt his righteousness, but there are thousands of cultivators in this hall now, so it is difficult to say whether everyone has the same trust Wuji has. I'm afraid that even now some are suspecting Great Elder acted deceptively and forcibly acquired that Origin King pill. Impudence! Jiang Chongfeng roared. Whether the 1 billion Saint Crystals were paid just now or not, Lady Li Nua knows best. Lady Li Nua has personally verified this matter already. What are second young master's intentions, still trying to dispute the truth of this matter? It is as eighth elder said. Those billion Saint crystals were surely paid just now. Ziwu Ji chuckled. Exactly. Jiang Chongfeng's face went dark. However, doubt only grows when proof is repeatedly denied. Ziwu Ji ignored Jiang Chongfeng's clamor and continued. Since Great Elder now represents all of Purple Star, even the slightest suspicion against him cannot be tolerated. Otherwise my Purple Star will have no credibility at all. Great Elder stands below 1 but above 10,000. Everything he says and does is an example to my Purple Star. So certainly he does not want such uncertainty to persist. Inside room A1. Gong Sun Liang's eyes were half squinted. But after Ziwu Ji finished speaking, he said indifferently, then in second young master's opinion, how should this old master win the trust and others? Please enlighten us, second young master. Wu Ji would not dare act so presumptuous. Great Elder is too serious. Ziwu Ji quickly acted humbled. This matter can be solved simply. If Great Elder wishes to bid again, he only needs to provide proof his offer is real. So, why not send the appropriate number of Saint crystals to the stage for all to see so none may doubt my Purple Star's reputation again? Ziwu Ji clever use of words, trying to entrap him, annoyed Gong Sun Liang greatly, so he silently motioned to Jiang Chongfeng. The latter understood his intentions and immediately shouted, Nonsense! How could there be such an auction in this world? Good idea. Yang Kai smiled and interrupted Jiang Chongfeng's words, using his divine sense to render the other party unable to speak as he said, I have no objections. Since I want to bid, I don't want to be accused of fraud. That would only make me look foolish. Young Master Wu Ji's thoughts are quite keen. This sir is too polite. Ziwu Ji was ecstatic, and while answering he quietly whispered to Yang Kai, Sir, this Wu Ji has 600 million Saint crystals here. If sir needs them, this Wu Ji will definitely help. No need. Second young master's kindness. This Yang has noted. Yang Kai echoed. I wonder what Great Elder thinks. Gong Sun Liang was now even more annoyed. But he was also riding a tiger and could only nod. Fine. This old master will accompany you. He was Purple Star's Great Elder and had the strongest financial resources in Purple Star City. Competing with him this way was the height of folly. Since the two sirs have reached an agreement, this mistress will do everything she can to facilitate. Li Nua sighed secretly. Although the atmosphere in the auction room was still quite tense, there were at least no signs a fight would immediately break out. Turning in Yang Kai's direction, she called out, This sir just bid 1 billion. I don't have that many Saint crystals, Yang Kai replied lightly. You don't have enough Saint crystals yet you still dare to bid. Haha. Isn't this exactly the fraud you spoke of just now? Jiang Chongfeng laughed. Eighth Elder, this sir only said he does not have so many Saint crystals, not that he couldn't pay. Does this sir perhaps have other items he wishes to barter? Ziwu Ji immediately cut in. Second young master is correct. Yang Kai nodded slightly. I don't have so many Saint crystals, but I do have other treasures that can be offered. Lady Li Nua, does this violate your auction house's regulations? No, my Clear Sky auction house can accept other items of corresponding value, Li Nua said seriously. Good. Then please take a look at this, Yang Kai said while throwing a jade bottle casually, which under his exquisite Saint Chi control flew precisely to the stage. Countless eyes fixed onto the jade bottle as everyone wondered what pill was inside that could possibly be worth 1 billion Saint crystals. Li Nua caught this jade bottle suspiciously, opened its lid, and peeked inside, only to call out in alarm in the next moment. This is an Origin King pill. What? An Origin King pill? It couldn't be? This sir actually has an Origin King pill in his hands? As soon as Li Nua's voice fell, the cultivators in the hall erupted. All of them stretched their necks to try to get a better look at the stage, their eyes seemingly trying to penetrate the jade bottle to see whether there was really an Origin King pill inside or not. Li Nua knew that further words would be pointless, so she quickly poured out the contents of the jade bottle. In an instant, a rich pill fragrance filled the hall. When the original Origin King pill was taken out, Everyone had smelled its unique fragrance, so after smelling it again so soon, everyone was able to conclude this new pill was an Origin King pill. If there was any difference, it was that this pill fragrance seemed to be more intense. Look, isn't this Origin King pill slightly bigger than the one from just now? Could its quality be better? Nonsense, how can you judge the quality of a spirit pill by its size? However, judging from the color and richness of its scent, it does seem higher quality than the one from earlier. Isn't that what I just said? In a sense. The cultivators on the auction house floor endlessly called out while, in room A2, Zi Wuji's eyes were glued to the Origin King pill on the stage, joy nearly bursting from his heart. The Origin King pill that was auctioned off before was snatched from him by Gongsun Liang, causing him to feel helpless and annoyed. But just when he thought he had missed this opportunity, Yang Kai had unexpectedly taken out another Origin King pill, one of even higher quality at that. How could Zi Wuji not be pleasantly surprised? No matter what, he needed to find a way to obtain this Origin King pill. With the help of this spirit pill, he could attempt to break through to the Origin King realm as long as he could prepare appropriately. Once he succeeded, he would have a far stronger position with which to challenge Gongsun Liang. How much is this king's spirit pill worth? Yang Kai's voice floated out from his private room. Li Nua's eyes flashed for a moment before she laughed lightly. Because the Origin King pill just now was sold at a price of 1 billion. This Origin King pill is naturally worth such an amount in this mistress' eyes. Obviously, she was assisting Yang Kai. A haze flashed across Gongsun Liang's eyes as he snorted coldly. Lady Lina, you should think clearly. This old master was willing to spend 1 billion to buy that Origin King pill, but that does not mean it is really worth that price. If you intend to say it is worth 1 billion Saint crystals, this old master will not agree. Li Nua frowned and was about to say something when Zi Wuji's voice suddenly came out. Great Elder, don't worry. This Wuji will purchase the spirit pill for 1 billion Saint crystals. Although he did not have 1 billion Saint crystals on him now, with his status and position, it would be fine to just give Li Nua an IOU. Li Nua nodded lightly before turning to smile towards Gongsun Liang. Since that's the case, does Great Elder still have any objections? Humph. Gongsun Liang just coldly snorted and quickly declared, 1.1 billion. Great Elder, please send enough Saint crystals or items of corresponding value to the stage to show fairness. Zi Wuji needled loudly. Gongsun Liang said nothing as he sent a space ring from room A1 towards the stage. Li Nua stretched out her hand, grabbed it, and began to investigate with a solemn expression. Zi Wuji grinned lightly and said, Please look carefully, Lady Li Nua. After all, this is a huge number, not something that can be counted in a short time. As soon as this statement came out, many people could not help showing a thoughtful look and silently nodded to themselves. How could such a large number of Saint crystals be counted at once? But when Li Nua went to room A1 to count Saint crystals just now, she had confirmed the number instantly. Was there something nefarious afoot? Great Elder could not have actually failed to pay the appropriate number of Saint crystals, right? If that was the case, it would simply be going too far. This time, Li Nua counted for a full incense stick worth of time before smiling and declaring, The number is confirmed. It is indeed 1.1 billion Saint crystals. Great Elder is indeed wealthy. This one is truly impressed. Yang Kai smiled and acknowledged. If your excellency is unable to increase the price, this last auction item will belong to this old master. Gongsun Liang replied lightly. Yang Kai just chuckled, stretched out his hand, and threw out an object from his private room to land in front of Li Nua. It was another jade bottle. A pill again? Could it be another Origin King pill? Of course not. The Origin King pill can only be refined by an Origin King grade alchemist, and its main ingredient is extremely scarce. It is a rare treasure one can only hope to see once in a lifetime, so how could another one possible appear today? This jade bottle must contain some other type of spirit pill. That makes sense, but this sir has an extraordinary background. I think the value of this new pill shouldn't be any lower than that of an Origin King pill. Everyone was immersed in discussion as they curiously speculated about the pill inside the jade bottle, wondering what kind of treasure Yang Kai had put out this time. Li Nua opened the jade bottle and glanced inside suspiciously, only to have her tender body shake noticeably as a look of pure shock appeared on her face as she shouted, "Another Origin King pill! What? It really is another Origin King pill. How many Origin King pills does this sir have in his hands? Sir, do you want a servant? This old man has a peak third-order Origin returning realm cultivation. If sir is willing, this old man would like to offer sir a lifetime of service." Bullshit. Old Chen, you want to follow this sir even at your age? You want that Origin King pill that desperately? With your aptitude, even if you get an Origin King pill, you can't break through to the Origin King realm. Giving it to you would only be a waste. Sir, please take a look at this son's aptitude. This son is already a pinnacle third-order Origin returning realm cultivator with solid Saint Qi and Sure just below the grand accomplishment stage. Please let this son offer his service to sir. Old son, you dare to slander this Chen's reputation? This Chen will fight with you. You two old fools. How could you think yourselves worthy of serving this sir? Sir, this mistress has a special constitution, and although it does not compare to the legendary wonderful furnace divine body, it is not far off. Is sir interested in having a taste? Although this mistress is only a small second-order Origin returning realm cultivator now, she will definitely be able to break through to the Origin King realm sooner or later. If sir is willing to accept, this mistress will offer herself as a maid or servant. You whore, how many thousands of men have you been sullied by already? Do not dirty this sir with your filth. Sir, please accept this mistress as your servant. I promise I have never been touched by a man before and still retain my purity. No, choose me. I know several boudoir arts that will definitely please sir. The entire auction hall suddenly became as noisy as a hawker's market, with numerous Origin returning realm cultivators shouting in the direction of room A5, everyone trying to promote themselves while some women even shamelessly tried to use seduction. Yang Kai had taken out 2 Origin King pills at once so everyone could see how wealthy he was. If he could take out 2 so easily, there may be more. An Origin King pill was a priceless treasure for any third-order Origin returning realm cultivator and had a near-fatal temptation to them. If any of them could follow Yang Kai and obtain an Origin King pill, a lifetime of service was really a cheap price to pay. Inside the private room, Hua Yumeng's pretty face distorted as she watched a sea of women who had clearly been deflowered throwing coquettish glances towards the man next to her, her brow twitching from a mixture of disgust and disdain. However, when she cast her beautiful eyes towards Yang Kai, even she could not help being somewhat tempted. After all, she was a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator as well. On the stage, Li Nua looked at the funny scene below with a wry smile, not knowing what she should do. She had hosted many auctions before, but she had never seen a situation like this. Her limelight had actually been stolen by a bidder, but she didn't complain, only feeling this was all quite strange. At the critical moment, Yang Kai coughed lightly and said, "Everyone's sincerity. This king has noted, but this king has no intention of taking any followers. What's more, these Origin King pills were only obtained by this king by chance. There are only 2, no more." Yang Kai really only had 2. He had refined them himself on the floating continent in case he needed to take one during his breakthrough to the Origin King realm, but his breakthrough had gone smoothly in the end, so he no longer had a use for these Origin King pills. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, many cultivators showed looks of disappointment, and besides a few people whose eyes still shone brightly, the rest sat down and no longer shouted. Yang Kai then directed his attention to Li Nua and asked, "How valuable is this Origin King pill?" Li Nua said without hesitation, "Since the Origin King pill just now was worth 1 billion, then this one is the same." Gong Sun Liang angrily snapped, "Can you find another person who is willing to spend 1 billion to buy it?" Li Nua suddenly showed a look of embarrassment. Yang Kai let out a hearty laugh at this and said, "Lady Li Nua does not need to make things awkward. Just mark its value at 500 million. Li Nua showed a look of gratitude and nodded. "Since Sir has said so, then 500 million it is. Does Great Elder have any objections?" Gong Sun Liang coldly snorted in response. Everyone knew the value of an Origin King pill was between 500 to 600 million, with many people even willing to spend more than that. As such, an estimate of 500 million was actually quite low. With Yang Kai being so generous, if Gong Sun Liang still objected, he would only look petty. Li Nua smiled slightly. This sir from room A5 has offered 1.5 billion. Does Great Elder want to increase the price? Inside room A1, Gong Sun Liang's eyes flashed with struggle. Jiang Chongfeng whispered from the side at that moment, Great Elder, what special use does that thing possess? Why are you and that person willing to bid such a large amount of money to win it? Gong Sun Liang just glanced at him, sneered, and said, Nothing, we are competing for face. Jiang Chongfeng began to leak cold sweat, thinking that a battle over face could actually cost 1 billion Saint crystals. These two were truly prodigal. After grumbling silently to himself, he followed up. If that is the case, Great Elder should not fight with him anymore. This is Purple Star. Does Great Elder need to worry about him not giving face? A gloomy light flashed across Gong Sun Liang's eyes before he finally nodded and said, Fine. This matter will stop here. Although he still had the ability to continue bidding, just looking at Yang Kai's momentum, he wasn't sure he would be the ultimate winner. As Jiang Chongfeng said, this was Purple Star where he was the one in charge. What did it matter if he allowed the other party to have a small win for now? Saying so, his figure actually flickered and he disappeared from the private room. In room A1, Jiang Chongfeng looked helpless, knowing that Gong Sun Liang had thrown this to him to clean up and causing him to curse silently to himself. On the stage, Li Nua waited for a while, but seeing that Gong Sun Liang still had no intention of increasing the price, she began the countdown joyfully. After a full 3 count, the unknown artifact refining material went to Yang Kai. When the maidservant brought the unknown material to room A5, Yang Kai directly stuffed it into his space ring, his face filling with joy. Hua Yumeng was very curious, wondering what secrets this material had that it could actually make Yang Kai so happy. The auction then came to an end, and the cultivators who came to participate left one after another. After most people had gone, Jiang Chongfeng stealthily went to find Li Nua to retrieve the Saint crystals that Gong Sun Liang had previously given to her. That was 1.1 billion Saint crystals, so they could not just be abandoned. In room A2, Zi Wuji paced back and forth uneasily, looking up from time to time, as if waiting for something. After a long time, the door was opened wide and Ji Jun's figure was revealed. Zi Wuji's expression shook as he asked urgently, Old Ji, how did things go? Ji Jun grinned, cupped his fists and said, This old man has not failed second young master. Both matters were successful. Really? Zi Wuji was overjoyed. Excellent. After everything is settled, this young lord will not forget old Ji's valuable contributions. Ji Jun just shook his head and said, Second young master is too serious. This old master has watched over you since you were but a small boy, so doing this much is only natural. There is no need to give this old master any credit. Saying so, he took out a jade bottle and said, Second young master, please have a look. This is the Origin King pill that this old master just bought from Lady Li Nua. Lady Li Nua offered her thanks to second young master for lending his aid to her during a difficult situation and decided to sell this Origin King pill to second young master at the last price you bid, 600 million Saint crystals. Oh! A look of surprise flashed across Zi Wuji's eyes. Was Li Nua always so bold? Ji Jun also wore a suspicious expression on his face. There is no good or evil in business, and Li Nua is a shrewd businesswoman. Taking the initiative to abandon 400 million Saint crystals, this old master does not believe she doesn't have a reason. Perhaps she is acquainted with that, sir. Zi Wuji thoughtfully said, What old Ji means is that she is thanking me for assisting that sir by giving me such a big discount? Besides this, I cannot think of another reason. Ji Jun nodded sincerely. Is that so? Zi Wuji pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement with Ji Jun's speculation. If that is the case, then we need to give greater care to this clear sky auction house. And, enough about this for now though, what about the other matter I asked you to do? That sir has agreed. I have asked Lady Li Nua to arrange a secret room for second young master and him to meet privately. Please come with me. second young master. Zi Wuji's eyes flashed with joy as he quickly left with Ji Jun. Behind Clear Sky Auction House, in a secret room with multiple barriers isolating it, Li Nuo and Hua Yumeng stood quietly outside. Not long after Zi Wuji and Ji Jun arrived, the two women hurriedly saluted with Li Nuo smiling and saying, "That sir is inside. Second young master, please." "Many thanks, Lady Li Nuo." Zi Wuji cupped his fists politely. Second young master is too polite. It was but a small effort. Regardless, this young lord will not forget what happened today. If there is a chance in the future, he will certainly repay this favor. Li Nuo smiled and did not say anything more. Zi Wuji then brought Ji Jun and stepped forward. Inside the room, Yang Kai sat alone on a chair, his eyes closed tightly, as if he was comprehending something. Seeing this scene, Zi Wuji immediately held his breath and motioned to Ji Jun, signaling for him to go out. Ji Jun frowned and said in a low voice, "Second young master." "Old Ji, I have a sense of discretion." Zi Wuji looked at Ji Jun sincerely. Seeing this, the latter had no choice but to withdraw. Soon, there was only Yang Kai and Zi Wuji left in the room. Yang Kai did not move, didn't open his eyes, and didn't speak. So Zi Wuji didn't dare to disturb him rashly, instead just standing back and waiting quietly. He mistakenly thought that Yang Kai was comprehending something, but in reality, Yang Kai had sent his consciousness into the small sealed world. Inside the small sealed world, there was no one else besides Yang Kai's huge embodiment, Firebird Lu Yen and Stone Puppet Xiao Xiao. The embodiment was formed by refining the entire floating continent and was naturally far too big to fit inside a space ring. Only an emperor artifact like the small sealed world was capable of accommodating it. Since the last time he had collected his embodiment, Yang Kai had not paid much attention to it, so at this moment, Yang Kai suddenly realized that his embodiment had actually become much smaller. Yang Kai was ecstatic. It seemed that as time passed, his embodiment would continue to purge the impurities from its body. So although it was becoming smaller, its strength was actually growing. This was similar to artifact refining in a sense, and the innate divine ability of the Stone Puppet clan was enough for the embodiment to accomplish it. It seemed that in the future it would become smaller and smaller. Of course, it couldn't return to the size of Xiao Zhao's natural state, and Yang Kai did not have any desire to see that. As long as its size of his embodiment could be reduced by half, that would be enough. The current embodiment was so massive it gave any enemy it faced a strong sense of oppression, but being too large also made it inconvenient to move about, which was a negative. Lu Yen was still devouring and refining some strands of Sun's true fire, an extremely time-consuming process, but with each successful refinement, her strength would noticeably increase. Xiao Xiao was doing something similar. Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen were two of Yang Kai's biggest supporters, so he could not favor one over the other. Now that he had allowed Lu Yen to absorb as much Sun's true fire as she wanted, he could not allow Xiao Xiao to fall behind. But Xiao Zhao's actions were a little different from Lu Yan's. Lu Yen would absorb a strand of Sun's true fire, then refine and absorb it into her body to increase her strength, while Xiao Xiao would directly swallow the Sun's true essence. This approach was more domineering and dangerous than Lu Yan's, but it had higher growth potential. When Yang Kai arrived, his two big helpers were working hard cultivating, but even after so many years of consumption, the piece of Sun's true essence remained essentially unchanged, in the same exact state Yang Kai had first found it, exuding a terrifying heat. Worthy of being refined from the core of a sun star, it was truly a priceless treasure. The energy contained inside this small fist-sized ore was impossible to estimate. Yang Kai brought the unknown artifact refining material into the small sealed world with him, and with a thought, summoned both Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen. The next moment, Lu Yen in her human form appeared in front of Yang Kai and said lightly, "Greetings, Master. What orders does Master have?" "You too. Swallow and refine the outer layer of material from this thing." Yang Kai pointed to the unknown material that he spent 2 Origin King pills to obtain. "This is—" Lu Yen stared at the melon-sized ore for a moment before a look of astonishment appeared on her face. "Master, what is this? Why do I feel that it is of great help to me?" The outer layer is Phoenix Star Silver. Yang Kai smiled lightly. During the auction, one cultivator had speculated that this was a piece of Phoenix Star Silver, and he was not wrong. Phoenix Star Silver was formed when an ancient divine spirit true phoenix used its flames to smelt together various types of ores and left behind some of its aura inside the resulting ingot, making it extremely valuable. Lu Yen was originally an artifact spirit, and her innate form had been that of a firebird. In this world, though, the noblest species of firebird was naturally the ancient divine spirit true phoenix. This was also the reason she could feel that the outer layer of Phoenix Star Silver was of great help to her. If she could devour and refine this Phoenix Star Silver, she might be able to comprehend some slight inheritance of the true phoenix which formed it. The outer layer? Lu Yen showed a thoughtful look. That means there is something inside? And leave what's inside of it, it's useful to me. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Master, what is inside this thing? An origin essence crystal. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and uttered a few words solemnly. Origin essence crystal? Lu Yen was shocked. The origin essence crystal that only a third-order origin king can condense? Indeed. Yang Kai nodded heavily. Although he was now a second-order origin king, he had only just broken through to this realm and was ignorant about how to go about forming an origin essence crystal of his own. However, he had at least come into contact with a real origin essence crystal before. The mission entrusted to him by Monster Emperor Star's Red Moon Tribal Lord was to enter the Blood Prison Trial and obtain the origin essence crystal of Monster King Mad Crocodile. However, that origin essence crystal was from a monster race master, so in terms of form, it more closely resembled a monster core. What existed inside this Phoenix Star Silver was no doubt the origin essence crystal of a human race master. It was for this reason that he had spared no expense to compete with Gong Sun Liang for it. Yang Kai believed that even if Gong Sun Liang did not know what was inside the outer layer of artifact refining material was an origin essence crystal, he definitely knew it had extraordinary value, which was why he kept raising the price. In that auction room, only he and Gong Sun Liang had reached the second-order origin king realm, and only their divine senses could pass through the outer layer of Phoenix Star Silver to see a trace of what really lay inside. No one else was capable of this, making it impossible for anyone else to judge the true value of this Phoenix Star Silver. The biggest difference, however, was that Yang Kai was certain about what was inside while Gong Sun Liang only had a guess. If Gong Sun Liang had been certain, there was no way he would have given up so easily. In all likelihood, he would have fought Yang Kai to the bitter end to obtain it. An origin essence crystal was of unimaginable value to an origin king realm cultivator as it could provide great assistance in making a breakthrough from the second order to the third order. Chi Yu had asked Yang Kai to help her obtain the origin essence crystal from Mad Crocodile for this exact reason. The current Yang Kai was comparable to Chi Yu from that time, so this origin essence crystal was of great use to him. Throughout the entire star field, how many third-order origin kings were there? These people were all old monsters who the general public didn't even know were still alive. When these old monsters really reached the end of their lives, they would choose to die in seclusion, causing their origin essence crystals to become lost. As such, an origin essence crystal was a treasure that simply could not be bought with money. Yang Kai was able to obtain this origin essence crystal because of pure luck. Compared with the origin essence crystal that existed inside, the value of Phoenix Star Silver was not worth mentioning. So Yang Kai generously gave it to Lu Yen and Xiao Xiao to swallow and refine. Phoenix Star Silver was of great use to Xiao Xiao, while the true Phoenix aura contained in the Phoenix Star Silver was of great significance to Lu Yen. Coupled with the sun's true essence, Yang Kai believed that his two big helpers would see even greater improvement in the future. As for why this origin essence crystal was wrapped in Phoenix Star Silver, Yang Kai did not know. Perhaps a third-order origin king was burnt to death by a true phoenix many years ago, causing their origin essence crystal to fuse together with some nearby ore. This was nothing more than a guess, but it was probably close to the truth. It was precisely because of the existence of the origin essence crystal inside that the color of this Phoenix Star Silver was so unique. After dealing with matters inside the small sealed world, Yang Kai sent his consciousness back to his body and opened his eyes leisurely. Glancing faintly at Zi Wuji who was standing to the side, Yang Kai said, "Take a seat, second young master." Although he had been dealing with the origin essence crystal inside the small sealed world just now, Yang Kai was still aware of Zi Wuji's arrival, so he wasn't surprised at all. Seeing him act so amiable, Zi Wuji smiled happily and quickly said, "In front of Sir, Wuji can stand and talk." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes lightly before saying, "Young Master Wuji is Purple Star's second young master. Our statuses aren't too different, so it would be inappropriate for you to stand up and talk." Zi Wuji only cupped his fists and said in neither a humble nor overbearing tone, "If that is the case, then Wuji asks Venerable to forgive his presumptuousness." Saying so, he sat down opposite Yang Kai before taking the initiative to pick up the teapot and pour a cup for Yang Kai, showing extreme courtesy. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "This king must first thank second young master for his follow-up a few days ago." Zi Wuji was startled but quickly realized what Yang Kai was referring to and hurriedly said, "Venerable is too serious. Jiang Chao is nothing but a pitiful weakling. Daring to offend Venerable is a sin worthy of death." Although Wu Ji ordered Vice Commander Chu Zhang to arrest him forcefully, Great Elder's influence is simply too great, so that waste was eventually released and ultimately not punished. Yang Kai simply chuckled. Since second young master also knows that Jiang Chao is just a pitiful weakling, how could this king care about him? Zi Wu Ji immediately cupped his fists and said, "Sir Venerable is benevolent. This Wu Ji is impressed." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Enough idle talk. Second young master having Li Nuo make this arrangement in secret is not for such trivialities, is it?" Zi Wu Ji looked straight ahead and said, "Wu Ji heard that Purple Star's third Venerable had appeared. Sir Venerable's strength is also profound. A true blessing for my Purple Star." "Get to the point." Zi Wu Ji's voice stopped abruptly, and he pondered for a moment before standing up and bowing deeply. "Wu Ji respectfully requests Venerable assist me in taking control of Purple Star." His expression was firm and his voice was sonorous and powerful. But after he said these words, big beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Obviously, he was extremely nervous and still struggling deep in his heart. After not receiving any response for some time, Zi Wu Ji quietly looked up only to see Yang Kai looking at him with a smile. This smile was very meaningful, and although the other party's gaze didn't seem to give off any kind of pressure, they were so piercing that it was as if they could see straight into his soul. Zi Wu Ji's heart jumped as he suddenly felt that all his secrets were seen through, but he still grits his teeth and shouted, "Please assist this Wu Ji, Venerable." "Bold!" Yang Kai slammed his fist on the table and shouted with a cold, gloomy tone. Zi Wu Ji shivered as he seemed to understand something and stared towards Yang Kai in amazement. Yang Kai sneered, "Second young master, I didn't expect you to be so treasonous. You know that this king is a Purple Star Venerable, under one but above 10,000, a representative of Purple Star's majesty and strength. Yet you dare ask this king to help you subvert your father's rule? Are you trying to force this king to kill you?" Zi Wu Ji hurriedly said, "Please restrain your anger, Venerable. As Purple Star's second young master, Wu Ji understands the order of things. It's just what?" Yang Kai glared at Zi Wu Ji, releasing his domain to enshroud him, as if he would kill him in the next instant if he dared utter something dissolute. The sweat on Zi Wu Ji's forehead fell like raindrops, and for the first time in his life, he felt a real threat of death. Under the pressure of Yang Kai's domain, he almost lost the ability to think and collapsed to his knees. But at the critical moment, he bit his tongue and cleared his mind just enough to say, "If this was an ordinary time, Wu Ji would not dare to have these unreasonable thoughts. Purple Star has been commanded by my Zi family for generations, and my father Zilong is the sole overlord of this world. Wu Ji's most respected and admired person. How could Wu Ji dare be disrespectful to him? But father has already fallen, and eldest brother has disappeared. So Purple Star is currently a dragon without a head. If this Wu Ji does not stand up here, who else can?" "What did you just say?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he stared hard at Zi Wu Ji, a true murderous intent rising from the depths of his heart. He never expected that Zi Wu Ji knew that Zilong had died. Although he didn't know how he learned it, it was clear this was not some random guess but a statement made with full confidence. But apart from Yang Kai and Gue Zhu, there was no one else present when Zilong died. So how could Zi Wuji know about this? Yang Kai completely couldn't figure it out. Zi Wuji seemed to have calmed down a lot and his speech gradually became clear. Looking directly into Yang Kai's eyes without fear, he replied, "Venerable does not need to deceive Wu Ji. Wu Ji learned about his father's death long ago." Saying so, he laughed despondently and said, "Venerable must be suspicious of how Wu Ji knows about this. It's rather simple actually. My father had a life lamp that continued to shine as long as he was alive. Only one person in the world knows about the existence of this life lamp, and this is my mother. Even my eldest brother Zidong does not know of this life lamp." A life lamp? Yang Kai raised his brow. Although he had never heard of such a thing, he figured it was similar to the ice soul bead that Su Yan had condensed before. If it broke, it meant the person it represented had died. Zi Wuji nodded sincerely. Although my father has many wives and concubines, Wuji's mother is his favorite, so she was given this life lamp. After the life lamp broke, Wuji was informed about this matter by his mother. "Since Zilong cares about your mother so much, why not train you as his successor?" Yang Kai sneered. Zi Wuji smiled bitterly. "Venerable only came to Purple Star recently, so he is probably not clear about the situation. Purple Star is indeed headed by my honored father, but under father, Great Elder is the most powerful person, and my eldest brother's mother is the daughter of Great Elder." I understand." Yang Kai nodded lightly. In short, this was a political move by Zilong. This also explained why such a weak-minded boy like Zidong had become Purple Star's young master. Yang Kai had thought Zilong had simply spoiled his son too much, but now it seemed there were other reasons as well. "Venerable doesn't seem to be surprised by the news that my honored father has fallen. Wu Ji assumes Venerable already knew, yes?" Zi Wu Ji looked at Yang Kai and asked lightly, "What makes you think so?" Yang Kai asked back, "Haha, when my father went out with eldest brother before, he went to the legendary Severed World, an extremely dangerous and crisis-ridden place. Even my father was not certain he could return safely. My father should have fallen there. Venerable, you suddenly appeared in Purple Star City after that event, and Wu Ji had never heard of you before. Wu Ji guessed that you should have met my father in the Severed World and become my Purple Star's third Venerable there. Perhaps Venerable was even there when father fell, making it impossible for you to be surprised by this news. Your analysis is reasonable." Yang Kai nodded approvingly. But in the next instant his face suddenly became cold and a thick murderous intent burst from his body. But today's situation could also be explained by this king having killed Zilong. Did young master Wu Ji not consider this possibility? Zi Wu Ji's complexion changed slightly, but he didn't become flustered, instead calmly saying, "Wu Ji naturally considered such a possibility, but he decided the chances of that being the case were negligible. It is not that Wu Ji questions Venerable's strength, but Venerable was able to obtain my honored father's approval, so there is no doubt Venerable possesses shocking strength and means. Despite that, Venerable should not have the ability to kill a character like my father. As such, my honored father's death should have nothing to do with Venerable. Ordinarily, there would be nothing wrong with Zi Wuji's speculation, but he had seriously underestimated Yang Kai's strength, and the situation before was not just Yang Kai and Zilong fighting, but Gue Zhu and Yang Kai's embodiment battling together. Besides, there is another more important reason. My eldest brother is still alive. If my father had really been killed by Venerable, eldest brother would definitely not have survived." "Your elder brother also has a life lamp?" Yang Kai asked in astonishment. Naturally, Zi Wuji nodded. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling fortunate that he had not destroyed Zidong's soul. Otherwise, his arrival on Purple Star would have begun with an encirclement from all of Purple Star's masters. Considering all this, Yang Kai's eyes gradually softened and he sighed. "Young Master Wu Ji, you are quite smart. If I were Zilong, I would definitely train you as my successor." Zi Wu Ji smiled happily and humbly said, "Venerable is too polite. Wu Ji is only doing his best to survive." Yang Kai then sighed and said, "You were correct. Zilong did fall in the severed world. I also met Zilong there and shared a life and death experience with him. He invited me to join Purple Star after we managed to survive, and this king also agreed. But who would have thought that there was a divine bird, seven-colored radiant peacock in that damned place? That wicked beast was stronger than an ordinary third-order origin king, and your father was unfortunately struck by its seven-colored radiant light when it went on a rampage, causing his demise." Listening to what Yang Kai said, Ziwuji immediately cried bitterly and sorrowfully, with tears trickling down his face. Yang Kai looked at him coldly as he secretly admired his acting skills. This Ziwuji was definitely a talented schemer and was putting on quite a convincing performance, as if he was really devastated by this news, but it was precisely because of his desperation that he appeared artificial. After all, he had learned of his father's death long ago because of the broken life lamp. Now that Ziwuji was appearing in front of Yang Kai, his current sorrow was clearly nothing more than an act. But this also made it difficult for Yang Kai to determine if Ziwuji bought his story or not. However, whether Ziwuji believed him or not didn't really matter. Yang Kai just needed to take one step at a time. After crying for some time, Ziwuji gradually composed himself, and after wiping his tears, he said in a trembling voice, "I've shown Venerable something disgraceful. It is only natural for second young master to be saddened." Yang Kai patiently comforted, "Venerable, this Wuji still has something he is unclear about and hopes Venerable can provide some clarity." Ziwuji quickly recovered, seemingly turning his grief into strength. "Go ahead." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "My eldest brother. Where is he now?" Ziwuji asked in a low voice. Yang Kai looked at him and smiled lightly. "And why do you want to know that?" Ziwuji quickly said, "The severed world is so dangerous that even a master like my honored father fell inside. So my eldest brother should not be safe. Perhaps it was thanks to Venerable that he was able to survive. So the only one who would know my eldest brother's whereabouts would be Venerable." "So?" Yang Kai's brow rose. "What's wrong? Does young Master Wuji want this king to hand over your eldest brother to you to deal with?" Ziwuji waved his hand in trepidation. "Wuji wouldn't dare. Wuji never had such intentions. Eldest brother and Wuji are both the same now. With father having already fallen, how could Wuji possibly have any ill intent towards his brother? It's just that Wuji would like to ask if Venerable coming to Purple Star at this time was because he was entrusted to buy eldest brother. Nonsense. What kind of identity does this king have? Even if he is Purple Star's young master, has no right to command this king." Yang Kai sneered. Ziwuji was overjoyed hearing this and nodded. "Then everything is simpler. Venerable had a fated friendship with my honored father. So Venerable definitely cannot bear to watch Purple Star fall into the hands of outsiders. If that truly happened, how would my father ever rest in peace? Venerable, please help Wuji to prevent that from happening." Yang Kai remained silent, seeming in deep thought. Ziwuji, however, decided to strike while the iron was hot and said, "Venerable has already met my eldest brother and certainly knows what his character is. From Venerable's point of view, who would be more appropriate to sit in the position of Purple Star's sect master between us?" When he said this, Ziwuji didn't bother concealing his ambition anymore, his eyes flashing a brilliant light. Yang Kai said lightly, "Although Zidong has a good aptitude and steady temperament, he is inferior to young Master Wuji in terms of strategy. He may become a powerhouse, but he will never become a ruler." "Many thanks for your praise, Venerable." Ziwuji accepted this evaluation without hesitation before quickly saying, "Venerable, father and eldest brother have been missing for nearly 2 years now, so their reputations still carry great prestige. But Great Elder has not stopped maneuvering behind the scenes, and if things continue this way, Purple Star's situation will soon become worrying. Venerable has accepted the Venerable token from my honored father, so Wuji considers him to be of similar faith. If Venerable were to lend his assistance now, Wuji is assured of success." "You have such confidence?" Yang Kai frowned. Ziwuji smiled confidently. "My Z family is supreme on Purple Star. Wuji has been keeping a low profile for many years, But now that I dare to jump out and fight with that old fart, I have prepared well. All that is missing is someone who can compete with that old fart head-to-head. Venerable's arrival gives Wu Ji great hope. Yang Kai looked at Zi Wu Ji in surprise as he realized he had been slightly underestimating him. From Zi Wu Ji's tone, it was apparent he already managed to win over many powerful cultivators to work for him. Yang Kai did not care about the power struggles inside Purple Star one bit. After all, his purpose here was only the Star Emperor token, but the last time he went to Purple Star Palace, he had alerted the enemy, making a stealthily approach far more difficult. As such, Yang Kai now felt that using Zi Wu Ji to get his hands on what he wanted was a good alternative. At this point, Yang Kai pretended to think. Zi Wu Ji did not dare to bother him rashly and could only stand in unease and wait. After a long time, just when Zi Wu Ji's anxiety was about to boil over, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Young Master Wu Ji being so open and honest pleases this king greatly. I believe that if Zilong knew all the effort young Master Wu Ji was putting forth, he would laugh heartily from his place of eternal rest." Does Venerable mean? Zi Wu Ji looked at Yang Kai in surprise and joy. It is not impossible for me to help you. As a Venerable, I should contribute to Purple Star's prosperity, and this king is not so cold-blooded he can just stand by and watch as Purple Star's foundation falls into the hands of others. But what are Venerable's requirements? Please just speak them, and if Wu Ji can handle it, he will definitely not refuse. Zi Wu Ji was very eager for success and didn't even wait for Yang Kai to finish speaking. Very well, Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. This king only has 2 requirements. The first is that this king wants to enter your Purple Star's vault to take something from it. This was an agreement your father made with me when I became a Venerable. The vault. Zi Wu Ji looked surprised before immediately revealing a bitter smile. Venerable may not know, but Purple Star's vault is the most heavily guarded location in Purple Star Palace. Although Wu Ji can approach it, he cannot open it as he does not possess the key. Wu Ji has never actually entered the vault before. Only my honored father and eldest brother have the right to do so. I have the key, Yang Kai said. Second young master need not concern himself about this point. Father's key is in Venerable's hands? Zi Wu Ji was shocked. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Zi Wu Ji's face changed slightly, seemingly thinking of something, but he quickly composed himself and nodded. If that's the case, then it shouldn't be a difficult matter to handle. As the second young master, Wu Ji naturally has the right to approach the vault. Very good. Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. The second thing is to release the people of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce that are being held captive. Zi Wu Ji heard this and immediately wore a look of distress as he helplessly said, Venerable may not be aware, however, those people were not imprisoned by Wu Ji, but rather by Great Elder. The ones guarding them all belong to Great Elder. Of course I know he is responsible, Yang Kai said coldly snorted. Second young master is too busy just taking care of himself now. How could he have time to meddle with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? However, this king is very curious. Why would Great Elder do this? Zi Wu Ji's face turned gloomy as he explained. If Wu Ji has not guessed wrong, it was probably that old dog's method to suppress me. Oh? Do explain. Yang Kai frowned. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is a behemoth that, while not stronger than my Purple Star, is also not weaker, Zi Wu Ji said in a low voice. The one who came to Purple Star this time and was detained by Great Elder seems to be the son of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's president. If Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce learns about this, they will take action. This matter could be made bigger or smaller quite easily. At worst, though, it could lead to a war between our 2 forces. However, this matter could also be solved with some simple compensation. If Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce really gets news of this incident, as long as no one of importance has died, Great Elder just needs to hand over a scapegoat to settle the matter, making big things small and small things nothing. If that happens, I believe that Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce will not try to escalate matters further, as they would not want a war with Purple Star either. Of course, the scapegoat that is delivered must be of a certain status or this plan will not work. No ordinary cat or dog would be enough to quell the anger of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. And that scapegoat is you? Yang Kai suddenly understood. Apart from me, who else in Purple Star can take on this role? Wuji sneered. If Wuji is handed over, then Purple Star will have to change its surname. So that's how it is. Yang Kai finally figured out why Purple Star would suddenly detain Shintu. It was a method Great Elder was planning to use to deal with Wuji. It could only be said that Shintu had bad luck when he set out on this mission, entering into this undercurrent without any knowledge. So, if Venerable wants to save those people, that old fart needs to be dealt with first. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. Venerable, are you familiar with those Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce people? Wuji couldn't restrain his curiosity and asked. Yang Kai just glanced at him lightly. Wuji immediately smirked and said, Wuji has said too much. Enough, this king now wants to know how second young master plans to deal with Great Elder. Don't tell me you don't have a complete plan. Naturally not. Wuji's face showed a confident look. Wuji has been preparing a long time for this day to come. With Venerable's help, this matter may finally succeed. Wuji's plan is like this. Wuji then began to detail his thoughts and ideas. Yang Kai listened calmly while secretly feeling surprised in his heart. He didn't expect that, with Wuji's means and abilities, he was actually able to endure until today before revealing his true face. Moreover, the number of masters on Purple Star he had won over was considerable. This boy really knew how to bide his time and wait for his opportunity. After listening, Yang Kai silently summed the matter up and felt that it had a high chance of success, immediately causing him to raise his evaluation of Wuji and comment. If the Purple Star can be controlled by second young master, its future will definitely be more brilliant. Venerable surely jests. Wuji smiled humbly. All right then, it's getting late. This matter will end here for today. When the day arrives, this king will go to find second young master. Wuji respectfully sees off Venerable. Wuji got up and bowed. Outside the room, Yang Kai greeted Li Nuo before taking Hua Yumeng back to Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Inside the room, Wuji could not hide the joy on his face as he smiled silently. When Ji Jun came in and saw him like this, he was pleasantly surprised and asked, Young Lord, did you reach an agreement with that, sir? Wuji nodded. Ji Jun palmed his right fist with his left and exclaimed, Excellent. After so many days, we can finally breathe easy. However, young lord, is that sir credible? Hearing Ji Jun's question, the joy on Wuji's face reduced as he said, It should be possible. That sir does not have a strong sense of belonging to my Purple Star, so he will not be loyal to any side. As long as I can meet his requirements, he can be used by me. But having said that, we should still take precautions. Old Ji, follow me back to Purple Star Palace to see my mother. Ji Jun looked stern as he asked, Young lord is going to ask that sir to intervene? Wuji nodded. Yes, my Purple Star has more than one venerable. After returning to Five Paths Chamber of Commerce with Hua Yumeng, Yang Kai entered retreat while also asking the people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce to not go out for the time being. In fact, there was no need for him to even ask this, as when Hua Yumeng returned with more than 200 million St. Crystals, Xia Jingwu and others were completely shocked. None of them had even dreamed they would see such a huge number of St. Crystals in their lifetime. Yet now this massive wealth was right in front of them. None of them could believe it at first. After half a day, everyone gradually accepted this reality, and under the instructions of Hua Yumeng, they allocated 20 million St. Crystals to buy precious cultivation resources. Over the next few days, everyone from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce only wanted to enter secluded cultivation. How could they even think of going out? Time flew by, and half a month later, it was the day Purple Star paid tribute to its ancestors. On this day each year, Purple Star's high-level officials would gather to pay their respects to their ancestors under the leadership of Purple Star's sect master, to comfort their ancestors in the afterlife. There was a huge ancestral hall set up in Purple Star Palace where tablets for all the elder-level figures from Purple Star were set up. Not just those from the Z family, but all who had made great contributions to Purple Star were memorialized here. This was a major event for Purple Star, and no one dared to treat it carelessly. Purple Star's senior management spent great effort every year to prepare for this ceremony, considering all aspects. As such, all of Purple Star's executives would arrive at Purple Star Palace on time and gather in the direction of the Ancestral Hall. Almost all eyes were focused on the Ancestral Hall at this time, so the protection of other places was largely ignored. Xianxia also came to Purple Star Palace at this time. After showing his venerable token to the guards at the palace gate, he was welcomed inside respectfully. After a short walk, a figure suddenly appeared and said to the guard, "Withdraw. This old master will take charge from here." "Yes." The guard bowed and retreated quickly. Xianxia looked at the man and cupped his fists lightly. "Elder Ji." This person was none other than Ji Jun, who had always been following Ziwu Ji. Ji Jun smiled and replied politely, "Ji Jun greets Venerable Yang. Venerable, please come with me. Second young master has already arranged everything. And lead the way." Xianxia nodded lightly before following Ji Jun inside. Ji Jun was undoubtedly familiar with Purple Star Palace and led Xianxia through a series of paths for half an hour before arriving at a well-secured palace at its center. This palace was built from some unknown material that appeared extremely solid and had many defensive barriers erected around it. However, no cultivators were guarding this place at the moment, obviously all having been transferred away. Standing in front of this palace, Ji Jun wore a nearly frantic look that could not be concealed. Taking a deep breath to calm his rampaging mood, he quickly said, "Venerable Yang, this is Purple Star's vault. Second young master has said that all that is necessary to open it is the unique key and a drop of blood essence from a direct descendant of the Z family." Xianxia's eyes narrowed hearing this. "I still need a drop of blood essence from the Z family's direct line? How come I haven't heard about this until now?" Whether it was Zidong or Ziwu Ji, neither had told him this secret. Ziwu Ji concealing something from him, Xianxia could understand. After all, the two weren't close, and although they had reached an agreement with one another, this was a relationship built on benefits, not trust. However, Zidong not saying anything about this annoyed Xianxia greatly. Ji Jun chuckled, "Please calm yourself, Venerable. This is only a minor matter. Young Master Wu Ji has already prepared a drop of his blood essence for Venerable." Saying so, he wiped his space ring and took out a transparent bottle. This bottle had a drop of red blood in it that gave off a faint purple brilliance. It seemed that there was some mysterious power contained in this drop of blood. Xianxia stretched out his hand, and before Ji Jun realized what had happened, Xianxia had already seized the drop of blood essence, causing the latter's face to change drastically. He was a first-order origin king, but before he noticed Xianxia had been able to snatch something from his hand. It was obvious from this alone how great the gap in their strength was. "Venerable, this?" Ji Jun looked at the drop of blood essence anxiously and stammered, "How do I use this thing? Tell me." Xianxia spoke lightly, but his tone was filled with a commanding presence that allowed no resistance. Ji Jun's face was ugly, but he did not dare to disobey and replied, "Just apply this drop of blood essence to the key." Xianxia nodded, stretched out his hand, and opened the bottle cap. With a surge of Saint Qi, Xianxia made the drop of blood essence fly out of the jade bottle and directly splash onto the key he had taken out at some point. The golden key seemed to come alive at that moment and quickly swallowed Ziwu Ji's blood essence. There was even a faint sucking sound. The next moment, the golden key turned into a tiny dragon with 2 horns and a faint purple halo. Circling the air a few times, it then plunged into the front door of the vault. The heavy door, which seemed to be impregnable, suddenly flickered as a series of ripples appeared on its surface. "Elder Ji should wait here for a moment. I'll be right back." Xianxia spoke before his figure flashed and flew into the vault. "Wait!" Ji Jun had received Ziwu Ji's instructions to not let Xianxia out of his sight. So how could he allow him to enter the vault all alone? However, before Ji Jun could follow, the vault door returned to its normal state, barring him from entering. Everything happened so fast that Ji Jun nearly smacked into the door. "This is bad." Ji Jun jumped anxiously as he cursed Xianxia mercilessly in his heart. This was Purple Star's vault. which had stored its most precious treasures for countless years. Although there were not many things inside, each item was a key part of Purple Star's heritage and foundation. Now that Xianxia had entered all alone, only the heavens knew what he would do. Would he really keep his promise to only take a single item? Because of this concern, Wuxia had told Jijun to follow Xianxia closely. Firstly, to prevent Xianxia from becoming greedy, and second, because he wanted to know what Xianxia wanted to take away. No one expected Xianxia's movements to be so fast though, to the point where even a first-order origin king like Jijun was caught completely off guard. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Jijun's face was as ugly as if his father had just died, thinking about how he would explain this to Wuxia later. All Jijun could do now was pray that Xianxia would not be too greedy and only take what he had been promised. Inside the vault, Xianxia looked around and soon found that this place did not occupy a very large area and there weren't many things inside. However, everything he saw made his eyes shine brightly. Even with the current height of his vision, the content of Purple Star's vault amazed him. There were no St. Crystals here, but there were many big and small jade bottles, all kinds of artifacts, various secret arts and secret techniques. Even without investigating them carefully, Xianxia could tell that everything here was a rare treasure. Xianxia stood on the spot, grinned meaningfully, then immediately stretched out his hand and summoned the soul-sustaining bowl into his palm. His gaze becoming sharp, Xianxia sent a pulse of his divine sense into the bowl. The next moment, a miserable scream came from the bowl and Zidong's soul avatar appeared in a flicker, crying out in pain and fear, "Sir, what happened?" Xianxia looked at him mockingly and revealed a vicious grin as he spoke. "Zidong, come take a look. Do you recognize this place?" Zidong turned his head and looked around and his face suddenly changed, muttering under his breath, "Purple Star's vault? How could you?" Before he finished speaking though, he suddenly realized something and hurriedly put on a flattering smile. "Congratulations, sir. This is my Purple Star's vault. Hehe. Don't feign stupidity in front of this king." Xianxia coldly snorted. "To enter this vault, one needs a drop of blood essence from your Z family's direct line. Why didn't you tell me about this before?" "Please calm yourself, sir. This Dong simply wanted to wait until Sir was fully prepared before explaining this matter. However, there was simply no chance to do so. This Dong never intended to conceal anything. Trying to act clever now?" Xianxia sneered. "Do you think I don't know what you were plotting? Did you want to borrow my hand to get rid of your second brother Wuxia?" Zidong's face paled as he went speechless. Obviously, Xianxia was right. "Zidong, you may have thought you were acting smart, but you only harmed yourself in the end." Xianxia snickered. Mercy, sir. This Dong won't dare repeat this mistake." Zidong's soul kowtowed directly in the soul-sustaining bowl. "Now you want mercy? Why didn't you think about your position earlier?" Xianxia coldly snorted, and while talking, he pointed his finger towards Zidong's soul avatar. As soon as he pointed his finger, Zidong's soul avatar was struck hard, and like a cloud hit by a burst of wind, it began to scatter. A terrified scream rang out, but even that quickly weakened, eventually disappearing altogether. Xianxia had no remorse in killing Zidong. This boy had made trouble for him again and again in the Severed World and even forced Sui to try to kill him. If Zidong did not have some use still, Xianxia would not have kept him in the soul-sustaining bowl. At this moment, knowing that this boy was still trying to use him, how could Xianxia let him survive? With Zidong's soul being destroyed, Xianxia simply stored the soul-sustaining bowl away. This was a very strange artifact, and it may have some role to play in the future. Only now did Xianxia begin to investigate the vault's contents. Opening a nearby jade bottle, Xianxia immediately became excited. There were not many pills placed in this vault, only 8 different types in 52 different bottles, but each and every bottle held a spirit pill of origin king grade. These spirit pills would have a huge effect on the cultivation of any origin king and were preserved here by Purple Star for many years. Xianxia was naturally not polite and swept all of them into his space ring. The various artifacts were also not overlooked. 5 of the artifacts placed here were Origin King grade, with the highest quality being Origin King grade mid-rank, while the other 4 were Origin King grade low rank. In addition, the rest were origin-grade high-rank artifacts. These origin-grade high-rank artifacts were also different from ordinary origin-grade high-rank artifacts. Each of these artifacts had great power, and even if they had not quite reached Origin King grade, the difference wasn't great. There were also the secret arts and secret techniques that Purple Star had collected over the years. Yang Kai did not let these go either. Now that High Heaven Sect had thousands of disciples and was on its way to becoming a massive hegemon, if Yang Kai could bring back these secret arts and secret techniques, it would provide the disciples more choices to enhance their strength. How could any secret art or secret technique placed in this vault be bad? Cultivating these techniques would ensure that High Heaven Sect's disciples had an advantage over average cultivators from the start. This would allow the disciples of High Heaven Sect to surpass their peers by a wide margin in the future. In addition to these things, there were many rare and precious alchemy and artifact refining materials. Yang Kai stuffed everything he came across into his pockets. All at once, he had made a massive profit. Yang Kai did not have the slightest guilt about this. Although he had told Zi Wuji that he only wanted to take one thing, how much he took was beyond Zi Wuji's control after entering this vault. Yang Kai never had a good impression of Purple Star, so acting ruthlessly towards them was no burden to him. The harvest was huge, but Yang Kai still had not found what he needed. However, he was not in a hurry, and instead calmly cast his gaze on a few boxes which were placed in the most inconspicuous corner. There were a total of 3 boxes over there, arranged one by one. If his guess was not wrong, the Star Emperor token should be hidden in one of these boxes. The Star Emperor token was related to the key he needed to enter the star boundary and seek a higher martial Dao, so Yang Kai naturally cared very much about it. As of now, he had collected 6 of the 9 tokens, and with the one from Purple Star, that would make 7, leaving just 2 more to gather before he could open the passage to the star boundary. This was why he had put in so much effort here on Purple Star. When he came to the 3 boxes, Yang Kai examined them for a while to confirm there were no barriers protecting them before reaching out and opening the first. Inside this box, there was something that resembled a crystal. Yang Kai soon showed a weird look on his face as even after carefully investigating this crystal, he was unable to determine what it was. This crystal was round, pure, and flawless, while somewhat resembling a saint crystal. However, it was definitely not a saint crystal. A single piece of saint crystal could never have been preserved inside Purple Star's vault. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and picked up this round crystal from the box, but after lifting it up, his expression only became stranger as he found no discernible energy fluctuations coming from it at all, almost as if it was just a useless decoration. When he probed it with his divine sense though, his face abruptly changed as he whispered in amazement, "This powerful?" At that moment, he felt an unimaginably massive energy inside this unremarkable crystal. This energy was vast like an ocean, and when Yang Kai poured his divine sense into it, he was stunned to discover that he simply could not estimate its total amount, as if it was endless, causing his heart to pound slightly. Is it really some kind of saint crystal? Yang Kai was a little unsure as he could feel that the energy contained in this crystal had no impurities and could be easily absorbed and refined by a cultivator. This thing could absolutely be used as an auxiliary to cultivate, just like a saint crystal, but how could any saint crystals possess such powerful energy? Yang Kai tried circulating his secret art to absorb the energy inside the crystal and found the process was incomparably smooth, the energy simply flowing into his meridians from his palm without resistance. Yang Kai immediately felt refreshed, as if he was being enveloped by this massive warm energy. After only a moment of absorption, Yang Kai found that he had taken in a few hundred saint crystals worth of energy, but this round crystal actually showed no signs of change, as if the energy it contained was limitless. Is this an earth vein crystal? Yang Kai suddenly remembered a rumor he had once heard, and his eyes lit up. Earth veins were the results of massive amounts of world energy accumulating and solidifying underground over eons of time. Earth veins could not be moved or transferred, and where one existed, the ambient world energy would generally be richer. Great forces would try to build their headquarters on top of earth veins so their disciples could have better cultivation environments. The more powerful the sect was, the more it tried to occupy an excellent earth vein. Earth veins were divided into 3 grades, with the most inferior type being quite common. Beneath every spirit mountain and river, there would be at least 1 low-grade earth vein. Mid-grade earth veins, however, were few and far between, with high-grade ones being extremely rare. Below High Heaven Sect, there was a highest of high-grade earth vein, which was why its ambient world energy was so rich. Earth veins were not just divided by grade, but also by size. Some earth veins occupied vast areas while some only extended a few kilometers. Every size was possible. Legend had it though that in the highest quality earth veins, where world energy had gathered in one place for many, many years, a crystal core could form, an earth vein crystal. Earth veins could not be moved, but earth vein crystals could be carried with you. Carrying an earth vein crystal was equivalent to carrying the highest quality earth vein on the person. With an earth vein crystal, there was no need for a cultivator to have sank crystals anymore, as they could simply absorb energy from the former, causing their cultivation speed to increase hundreds, if not thousands of times over. Xianxia had never seen an earth vein crystal before and had only heard rumors about them. But now, in this purple star vault, there was actually an earth vein crystal. This was a heaven-defying treasure, and although it could only be used by one person at a time, unlike an ordinary earth vein that could be shared by a whole family or sect, with this crystal, a cultivator being unable to cultivate quickly was simply impossible. Holding this earth vein crystal, Xianxia's grin nearly reached his ears. At his current level of cultivation, there were very few things in this world that could hold his interest, but this earth vein crystal was undoubtedly one of them. Putting the earth vein crystal into his space ring, Xianxia did not think too much before picking up the second box. Upon opening it, Xianxia saw a special token lying inside. A faint emperor pressure pulsed from this token as the character for emperor was carved on its face. What else but the star emperor token could it be? Xianxia stored this away with no trace of politeness. At this moment, he had officially obtained his 7th star emperor token. Xianxia then cast his eyes onto the last box. The 2 previous boxes had an earth vein crystal and a star emperor token inside, both of which were priceless treasures. So Xianxia was naturally looking forward to what was in this 3rd box. Upon opening the box though, Xianxia did not even have time to see what was inside before his face drastically changed, and he was forced to circulate his secret art madly to suppress the boiling of his blood. At the same time, a shocking dragon roar sounded from his body. The verdant dragon bone sword shot out uncontrollably and transformed into a giant dark green dragon. Floating above him, its giant head staring down at the 3rd jade box, seemingly transfixed by the object inside of it. Xianxia glanced up at his dragon bone sword, which had assumed its dragon form, and quickly formed a series of seals to take it back into his body. Even after completing this though, Xianxia felt his blood rampaging, like something inside this 3rd box was calling out to it, making it run wild. Xianxia looked into the box cautiously and found that what was inside was a single, palm-sized scale. This scale had the same shape as a fish scale, but there were many mysterious patterns on it, and it was releasing a kind of ancient and savage aura that caused one's heart to palpitate just from a mere glance. Dragon scale! Xianxia exclaimed in shock. It's actually a dragon scale. He had never imagined that what was inside this 3rd box would be a dragon scale. A genuine dragon scale. Xianxia possessed a golden divine dragon source and had cultivated monster race's monster transformation secret technique, while his dragon bone sword was refined from a piece of dragon bone and dragon bead. In this world, it was likely no one had a better understanding of true dragons than Xianxia. So when he saw this scale, Xianxia knew that it was an authentic dragon scale. This was a scale from a legendary ancient divine spirit dragon. The dragon pressure that radiated from the scale was so strong it was almost tangible, and it resonated strongly with the golden divine dragon source in Xianxia, making it impossible for him to calm his raging blood. Ancient divine spirits only existed in legends. True dragons, true phoenixes, Qilins, Pishio, all of them were ancient divine spirits, but no matter which, no one alive had ever met one. If Xianxia had not obtained the golden divine dragon source and dragon bone sword and heard personal testimony from Yang Yin, he would also probably believe ancient divine spirits were nothing but myths, His golden divine dragon source was obtained from Tongxian Realm's Dragon Valley, and the dragon bone sword's components were obtained from the flowing flame sandfield. And both had ancient history to them. Now, in Purple Star Vault, Yang Kai had found a piece of authentic dragon scale. Yang Kai's eyes shined brightly as his heart filled with excitement. Such a piece of dragon scale, and even the dragon bone sword, to others would only be excellent artifact refining materials, but they had a far more profound use for Yang Kai. The first half of the monster transformation secret art chi you had given him described how to draw out power from the golden divine dragon source in his body to transform himself into the shape of a dragon and enhance his strength. However, this was still only borrowed strength. The latter half of the secret art was about how to integrate various parts from ancient monster beasts to acquire the divine abilities of those monster beasts. For example, if Yang Kai could integrate this dragon scale into his body, he would obtain defense like a true dragon's. Even the verdant dragon bone sword and Yang Kai could fuse together, essentially replacing his spine with true dragon bone. This was an unimaginable improvement, and once successful, Yang Kai's strength would surely soar. However, up until now his strength had not been high enough for Yang Kai to dare attempt something like this, so he had always used the dragon bone sword as an artifact instead. Now that he was a second-order origin king though, he was nearly qualified to attempt this assimilation. If he could take in his dragon bone sword and this dragon scale, Yang Kai would be able to display some of a dragon's divine abilities. This was almost unimaginable. Yang Kai thought it would be difficult to see another authentic dragon material in his lifetime, but now he had found a dragon scale here. Taking a few deep breaths to calm the excitement in his heart, Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab the dragon scale, but unexpectedly, before he could, a terrifying force erupted from it and bombarded him. This power swiftly wrapped around Yang Kai's hand and held it tightly in place while simultaneously exerting a terrifying pressure, causing creaking sounds that make it seem like his bones would crack in the next instant. Yang Kai showed a look of surprise at first, but quickly recovered and coldly snorted, "Dragon transformation!" As soon as these words fell, a golden light burst forth and a billowing dragon pressure erupted from his body. The hand that Yang Kai stretched out suddenly became thicker as dragon scales condensed from his Saint Chi began to appear on its surface. Soon, Yang Kai's right hand looked exactly like a dragon's claw. Dragon pressure filled the air as faint howls and roars resounded. Although this was a dragon scale, it had fallen off countless years ago, whereas Yang Kai's golden divine dragon source was essentially alive and came from an extraordinary true dragon. How could a mere dragon scale resist its prestige? The power which was locking Yang Kai's arm in place was steadily worn down under the aura of his golden divine dragon source. Soon, a dense crackling sound filled the air as the power from the dragon scale collapsed. Yang Kai grasped the dragon scale and lifted it up, observing it for a moment before smiling and placing it back in its original jade box before tossing it into his space ring. Once the dragon pressure dissipated, Yang Kai dismissed his dragon transformation, and the atmosphere inside Purple Star's vault was restored to normal again. However, looking around, this small vault was now completely empty, making it seem somewhat desolate. Outside the door, Ji-Jun paced back and forth anxiously, glancing at the gate to the vault from time to time, but not seeing Yang Kai appear. That bastard is definitely ransacking the vault. Ji-Jun understood what was happening, but was powerless to do anything about it, making him feel like his heart was being repeatedly stabbed. While Yang Kai was cleaning out Purple Star's vault, a good show was also happening in the ancestral hall of Purple Star Palace. Since Zi Wuji had decided to have a showdown with Gongsun Liang today, he no longer restrained himself and instead took a forward and aggressive stance. Gongsun Liang noticed this, but he didn't take it to heart, simply choosing to observe everything indifferently. Many of Purple Star's leaders also faintly felt that today's atmosphere was slightly different and became somewhat anxious. Fortunately, everything proceeded as smoothly as usual, and the ceremony of offering sacrifices to the heavens went off without a hitch. Half a day later, everyone poured into the ancestral hall to prepare for the last worship ceremony. The offerings had been prepared long ago, and inside the hall, Purple Star's members were split into 4 ranks while Gongsun Liang stood at the head of the hall and gave a speech praising the great achievements of Purple Star's ancestors. The atmosphere in the ancestral hall was extremely solemn as everyone felt a sense of pride in their identity. After a long time, Gong Sun Liang looked down and shouted, "Before our great ancestors, disciple Gong Sun Liang, on behalf of all of Purple Star, offers these tributes to the ancestors' spirits. May the ancestors bless our Purple Star with eternal prosperity. Light the incense." When these words were spoken, 3 incense burners were lit. Gong Sun Liang was about to receive these burners when suddenly a voice called out, "Great Elder, please wait." Gong Sun Liang frowned, turned his head to look in the direction the voice came from, half-squinted his eyes and said, "Whatever it is second young master wishes to discuss, it can wait until after this old master finishes placing these 3 incense sticks. No one may interfere with the ancestral worship ceremony." Ziwuji just smiled lightly though and said, "What Great Elder said is absolutely right, but Wuji thinks it is wrong to hand these 3 incense sticks to Great Elder. This old master is Purple Star's Great Elder. What is inappropriate about him placing these 3 sticks of incense?" Gong Sun Liang said lightly, his half-squinted eyes revealing a substantive coercion as he stared at Ziwuji. The latter showed not the slightest fear, however, and continued to speak. "In the past, this ceremony was presided over by my Lord Father and eldest brother. Now that Lord Father and eldest brother are not on Purple Star, Wu Ji should be the one to take their place. Second young master wants these 3 sticks of incense? Of course. Haha, second young master surely jests. Master and young master are not on Purple Star, so this old as Purple Star's Great Elder is responsible for fulfilling their duties in their absence. There is no need for second young master to concern himself with this. Great Elder, the Z family's blood flows through this Wu Ji's veins, and the Z family is the foundation of Purple Star. This matter most definitely concerns this Wu Ji. Do you insist on this?" Gong Sun Liang stared at Zi Ji indifferently. "I hope Great Elder will cooperate." Zi Ji stared back at him in a neither humble nor submissive manner. Gong Sun Liang grinned as he began pushing his Saint Chi slightly, trying to give Zi Ji a little pressure. Placing the incense was only one step in the ancestral worship ceremony, but it had extraordinary meaning. If he were to compromise today, it would mean acknowledging Zi Ji's status as equal to Zilong or Zidong's, something Gong Sun Liang would naturally not allow. However, what Gong Sun Liang could not have imagined was that as soon as his Saint Chi left his body, a series of cracks would suddenly sound. In the next moment, countless gasps could be heard. Gong Sun Liang's face sank as his eyes landed on Zi Ji's triumphant smile, a bad premonition suddenly filling his heart. The ancestral tablets have broken. What? Heavens! The ancestral tablets really broke. From all around, shouts rang out from all Purple Star's leaders, causing Gong Sun Liang to swiftly turn his head around, only to have his old face go incomparably pale. At this moment, most of the memorial tablets in the hall had broken. Even if a few of them had not shattered completely, they had countless cracks on their surface and were clearly on the brink of collapse. These tablets represented the ancestors who had made great contributions to Purple Star in the past. Each of these ancestors had been a powerful master who was famous in his or her time, and that even today was admired and respected by the trillions of cultivators who lived under Purple Star's rule. After their deaths, their descendants would place a tablet here to be forever remembered by future generations. These tablets represented a kind of spirit, a kind of faith. No one dared to be disrespectful to them. Even Zilong, the current sect master of Purple Star, had to act respectfully when he entered this place. But now, these symbols of belief had all crumbled into dust. Gong Sun Liang's heart trembled as he turned and glared at Zi Ji. After all, his grandfather's ancestral tablet was among these. Before he could speak though, Zi Ji coughed out a mouthful of blood, and with a face filled with sadness and despair, he pointed at Gong Sun Liang and haltingly shouted, "Great Elder, you are too vicious. Even if you are dissatisfied with this Wu Ji's conduct, a small punishment or scolding would have sufficed. But in your rage, you've even gone so far as to shatter my Purple Star's ancestral tablets? Do you even put my Purple Star in your eyes?" Gong Sun Liang was startled and immediately shouted angrily, "Zi Ji, Don't talk nonsense? Talk nonsense? Ziwu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. With so many in the ancestral hall seeing what happened just now, how could this Wu Ji be speaking nonsense? Yes, Wu Ji did offend you, but this... How could this be necessary? Great Elder, you've gone too far. Every ancestral tablet here contains a wisp of its owner's soul. Destroying the tablet is tantamount to killing all of our ancestors' souls, allowing them to really disappear into nothingness. How can you even stand before them now so shamelessly? Someone shouted right after Ziwu spoke. Such viciousness and cruelty. Great Elder, what is the meaning of this? Great Elder, explain your actions immediately. Behind Ziwu, a group of cultivators stood up one after another to accuse Gongsun Liang. Ziwu looked sad and indignant as he covered his chest with his hands, but a sense of pride flashed across the depths of his eyes. Gongsun Liang wore a deep and profound expression, as by now, he had figured out he had been led into a trap. He did urge his Saint Chi just now, but he just wanted to teach Ziwu a small lesson for his presumptuousness. How could he have known his Saint Chi's fluctuations would actually break these tablets? Saint Chi fluctuations of that degree could never have had such a drastic effect. The only explanation was that these tablets have long ago been rigged to react to his Saint Chi. Ziwu, this old master looked down on your courage. Gongsun Liang did not even try to explain anything, instead just turning a look of admiration towards Ziwu. Daring to use these ancestral tablets was something even he had never conceived. So Gongsun Liang could not help admiring Ziwu determination and cruelty. What does Great Elder mean? Wu Ji does not understand. Right now, Great Elder should be giving a reasonable explanation for what has happened to the ancestral tablets, not trying to distract us with nonsense. Ziwu forced the issue back to the broken ancestral tablets, vowing to confront Gongsun Liang to the death today. An explanation? Gongsun Liang sneered as his eyes swept over the masters behind Ziwu, causing all of them to tremble and look away in horror. Although these people had decided to follow Ziwu and were impressed by his plans and methods, the Great Elder was still the Great Elder. He was a man who was both majestic and commanded great respect. All of them could not help feeling fear when so blatantly opposing Gongsun Liang. Ziwu was aware of this and cursed all of them in his heart as wastes. Blocking Gongsun Liang's line of sight, he shouted in a low voice, "Great Elder, do you really not put my Purple Star's ancestors in your eyes? No? With such arrogance, what qualifications do you have to occupy the position of Great Elder? Is that all you want to say?" Gongsun Liang smirked. "Boy, you're quite good. If not for Donger, Purple Star may really have fallen to you in the future. But unfortunately, you are destined to be just another pitiful weakling. Boy, if you want an explanation, this old master will give you one." As soon as these words fell, Gongsun Liang stepped forward and reached out to grab Ziwu. He knew that everything today was an elaborate trap set against him, and no matter whether those tablets had been rigged or not before, it was still a fact that he was the one who shattered them. There was simply no way to explain that away. Since there was no way to justify himself, he simply decided not to try. Determining who was right was not something that could only be done with words, it could also be done with fists. Seeing Gongsun Liang rushing at him, Ziwu was not shocked and instead rejoiced. Wearing a confused expression on his face, he retreated and shouted, "Gongsun Liang, are you really trying to start a fight in the ancestral hall? This is an intolerable show of disrespect to the ancestors and nothing less than a betrayal of Purple Star. Although you committed a great crime today, you are still the Great Elder. If you simply remain in the ancestral hall for a decade to repent, you may still be forgiven. Why make things even worse for yourself?" No matter what, Ziwu had to first push all the blame onto Gongsun Liang today so that any action he took next would be justified. Impudence! How this old master acts, you have no right to comment on. Gongsun Liang shouted coldly, not paying any attention to Ziwu at all. Just when he was about to grab Ziwu though, a figure swiftly rushed in from outside and barred his path. Gongsun Liang's complexion changed as his claw turned into a palm that he pushed forward. This newcomer also sent out a palm. The two palms touched silently, causing the two figures to simultaneously retreat. At that moment, a sudden burst of energy in the space between the two figures appeared, shattering space itself before radiating outwards and causing the entire ancestral hall to collapse while shaking the whole Purple Star Palace. Xiao xiao xiao. All Purple Star's masters flew out from the ruins one by one, their expressions gloomy to the extreme as they stared at the destruction below. This ancestral hall had stood on Purple Star for over 10,000 years and was regarded as the most sacred place by all Purple Star cultivators. Yet today it had been destroyed. Everyone felt incredibly uncomfortable and saddened by this. Up above, Zi Wuji had a pale face as fear lingered in his heart. Although everything was still going according to plan, the moment Gong Sun Liang attacked him, he felt the aura of death pressing down on him. In front of a second-order origin king, he simply had no power to resist. Strength. Only personal strength can be counted as real strength. Zi Wuji secretly clenched his fists as he muttered to himself. On the other side, Gong Sun Liang narrowed his eyes as he stared at the figure standing in front of Zi Wuji. This man seemed to only be about 30 years old and had a fresh, mild-mannered look to him. However, his eyes reflected a type of vastitude that one could only acquire with age and experience, making him appear more mature and stable. Even at this moment, this man had a wine bottle in his hand, one that was overflowing with a rich aroma. After exchanging blows with Gong Sun Liang, this wine bottle didn't spill a drop. Looking at Gong Sun Liang with a smile, this man said, "Great Elder, I trust you've been well since we last met." A dignified look flashed across Gong Sun Liang's face as he stared at this man and said, "Li Mao Ming, you really were in Purple Star City. It seems that you have decided to stand behind the second young master and support him." The man named Li Mao Ming smiled upon hearing these words and replied, "Great Elder is too serious. This Li is Purple Star's second venerable. So when such a big event is happening in Purple Star, I cannot just stand idly by. As for supporting the second young master, that's not quite right. I am here because I was entrusted to buy another." Gong Sun Liang sneered. "I'm afraid that there's only one person in this world who can move you. Li Mao Ming, even after so many years, you haven't been able to extricate yourself, it seems. It really amazes this old master." A sad look flashed across Li Mao Ming's eyes, but he quickly shook his head and chuckled. "This Li doesn't understand either. Let us not talk about this now, though. Great Elder might as well accompany this Li to have a few glasses of wine instead. Why doesn't everyone just sit down and talk things out? Everyone here is one big family. Why make things difficult for one another?" Saying so, he held the bottle of wine in his hand up towards Gong Sun Liang, as if he was really inviting him to have a drink. The tense atmosphere that was on the verge of exploding suddenly became a bit more tranquil after Li Mao Ming made his appearance. Some of Purple Star's leaders frowned as they observed Li Mao Ming from afar, wondering who this man was. Purple Star indeed had two venerables before, but very few knew who these two were. Having arrived at this moment, though, it was obvious this Li Mao Ming was one such venerable. "So, it's him. I remember now." Someone suddenly showed a look of enlightenment and called out. Someone next to him immediately asked, "Brother Zhang, do you recognize this venerable? I have only heard rumors of him before, but this is the first time I have seen him." The cultivator surnamed Zhang whispered back, "Brother Zhang, can you tell us what the origins of this venerable Li are? Why did Great Elder say that he has been unable to extricate himself?" Hearing this person's question, the cultivator surnamed Zhang suddenly became energetic and he whispered in a quiet tone, "This is a secret that only a few people know. Firstly, have you heard of the second young master's mother? She was the #1 beauty of Purple Star back then, and her reputation was thunderous. How could anyone not have heard of her? Then the rest is easy to explain. I heard that the woman Venerable Li loved the most was second young master's mother." "Ha!" The cultivator was taken aback and said in astonishment, "But second young master's mother is sect master's." Yes, this Venerable Li was apparently a close brother and rival of sect master in his youth, but because of second young master's mother, hey, you understand. Love is not something one gets to decide upon. Everything is up to fate. That woman chose Sir Sect Master, and afterwards this venerable Li disappeared. Even Sect Master apparently did not know where he had gone. The only one in this world who could invite him to appear here would be Second Young Master's mother. So something like that happened. With this venerable here, doesn't that mean Great Elder cannot do anything to Second Young Master? The speaker was extremely excited. After all, he was also on Ziwuji's side. The stronger Ziwuji was, the safer he would be. Possibly. Although the cultivator surnamed Zhang seemed to know some secrets, he was not completely confident in his heart. Li Mao Ming, if you can retreat now, this old master will accompany you to enjoy some good wine another day. Gong Sun Liang stared at Li Mao Ming and quickly asked, "What do you think of this old master's proposal?" "I've been entrusted by another to be here. This is a matter of loyalty, so it would be improper to simply retreat." Li Mao Ming slowly shook his head, lifted the bottle, and drank from it casually before saying, "Wine does not taste as good when drunk alone." Gong Sun Liang frowned slightly for a time before muttering quietly, "What if this old master wants you to repay that favor from all those years ago?" As soon as this statement came out, Ziwuji, who has always worn a triumphant look, suddenly had a change in expression as he looked at Li Mao Ming in amazement as asked, "Venerable Li, do you owe this old thing a favor?" Li Mao Ming blinked and thought about it for a while before he laughed somewhat awkwardly and said, I really owe him a favor. If Great Elder did not mention it though, this Li would have forgotten." Gong Sun Liang's lips curled slightly as he spoke. "Brother Li may have forgotten, but this old master hasn't. That was no small favor. This old master paid a heavy price back then." Li Mao Ming looked straight ahead and cupped his fists. "Great Elder's grace back then, this Li will keep in mind. There's no need for that. This old master only asks you to retreat now, and then you and I will owe each other nothing." Before Li Mao Ming had a chance to say anything though, Ziwuji cut in anxiously, "No, Venerable Li, don't forget what you promised that person." Li Mao Ming frowned and nodded. "Naturally, I remember. You may rest assured, as long as I am here, no one can hurt you." Ziwuji was immediately overjoyed. "Many thanks, Senior Li." Gong Sun Liang heard this and became angry. Brother Li is apparently not a man of his word. Li Mao Ming felt a slight headache as he said, "Great Elder, there is a priority to everything in life. This Li already promised to protect Second Young Master's safety. So Great Elder making things difficult now truly puts this Li in an awkward position." Gong Sun Liang was very annoyed at first, but after carefully parsing Li Mao Ming's words, his eyes flashed brightly and he said, "You're here to protect Second Young Master's safety?" "Exactly." Li Mao Ming nodded sincerely. The Z family's blood flows through Second Young Master's veins. After all, no harm should come to him. "Fine." Gong Sun Liang laughed. "If that's the case, then you can stand there and protect him. This old master won't act against him." Saying so, Gong Sun Liang waved his hand and said with a sneer, "Take these people behind Second Young Master for me, but be careful not to harm Second Young Master." "Yes." Everyone heard this and responded immediately by rushing towards Ziwuji. However, none of them attacked him directly and instead focused on the cultivators who had chosen to support him instead. Before Ziwuji's people could react, they were already under attack. Suddenly, a grand battle broke out in the skies above Purple Star Palace. Dazzling rays of St. Chi and an endless stream of brilliant artifact attacks filled the air, causing the surrounding space to tremble and the ambient world energy aura to become chaotic. Ziwuji's eyes widened as he turned to look at Li Mao Ming in a panic. "Venerable Li, how could you act this way?" Li Mao Ming glanced at him with a smile and said, "Second Young Master, I promised that person to protect you, so I will fulfill that promise, but the lives of others are not this Li's concern." Ziwuji was incredibly anxious, but there was nothing he could say. Sweeping his eyes around, he found that all the masters he had won over were now caught in a difficult fight. Li Mao Ming spoke again, "And the overall situation has been determined. Second Young Master, why not have a glass of wine? If you want a drink, You can drink by yourself. Ziwuji was extremely annoyed at this moment. So how could he agree to such a ridiculous request? Up in the sky, the battle quickly developed into a stalemate. Since Ziwuji dared to confront Gongsun Liang openly today, his side strength was naturally comparable. Basically, the two factions were equal to one another in terms of combat strength, so after the initial scramble, it became impossible to see who had an advantage. However, Gongsun Liang hadn't taken action yet. As a second-order origin king, the balance would surely be broken once he joined the battle. As if to manifest his fears, Gongsun Liang rushed to the side of Purple Star's third elder before Ziwuji could organize his thoughts. This third elder had a first-order origin king cultivation and was among the first to support Ziwuji. He was regarded as Ziwuji's right hand, but despite being a powerful master in his own right, when facing Gongsun Liang, he was quickly suppressed, and it wasn't long before he fell into grave danger. Ziwuji's face darkened as he roared, "Venerable Yang, please make a move!" As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared directly beside Gongsun Liang, and with a slight sigh, he sent out a palm. Yang Kai was extremely annoyed right now. He had gained a lot from Purple Star's vault, and he planned to immediately leave after he was finished. After all, his goal had been achieved and he had no need to bother with Ziwuji's troubles. The people of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce and Li Nua of Clear Sky Auction House had already made preparations to leave Purple Star. So all that was necessary was for Yang Kai to depart. But Yang Kai did not anticipate that Shintu and the others would be transferred away by Ziwuji. Yang Kai couldn't find any trace of Shintu inside Purple Star Palace, so he had to quietly release Xiao to search for them. Now that he had heard Ziwuji's call, he could only play along with him. As soon as Yang Kai appeared here, a profound light flashed across Li Maoming's eyes as he stared forward, a feeling of shock filling his heart. Although he had long ago noticed that there was another second-order origin king in Purple Star Palace, he was unable to see how Yang Kai had suddenly appeared here. It was almost as if this venerable Yang simply crossed space to appear. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Li Maoming's expression became solemn, his carefree and easy demeanor from before disappearing as he whispered, "Second young master, is this the third venerable I've heard so much about recently?" And, seeing Yang Kai appear, Ziwuji's expression finally calmed down and he asked, "What does Venerable Li think of this Venerable Yang?" "He's strong," Li Maoming quickly said. "His Saint Qi is more vigorous than both mine and Great Elders." Ziwuji smiled and said, "So Great Elder is not his opponent?" Li Maoming slowly shook his head and said, "The strength of a cultivator cannot be judged by the quality of their Saint Qi alone. There are many other factors involved, but if this person restrains Great Elder won't be able to move about freely. If Venerable Li can offer his assistance, today's matter can be settled decisively." Ziwuji's eyes lit up as he stared towards Li Maoming, but the latter just laughed and shook his head. "I only promise to protect your safety. All the people present are fellow brothers and sisters of Purple Star. How can I, Li Maoming, attack them?" Ziwuji frowned hearing this, and a trace of hesitation flashed across his eyes before he finally steeled himself and whispered quietly, "What if I were to help you court my mother, finally allowing you to fulfill your lifelong dream? Would that be enough to let you take action?" "What did you just say?" Li Maoming's face sank as he glared at Ziwuji. "You know the words you spoke just now tarnish your mother's reputation greatly. If I hear you speak similar words again, I'll break all your limbs." Li Maoming had been laughing and joking since he appeared, but after hearing Ziwuji's words, his expression became extremely serious and his eyes pulsed with cold light. Being stared at like this, Ziwuji could not help shivering. He did not doubt the authenticity of the other party's words and knew that Li Maoming would really break his hands and feet if he misspoke. However, Ziwuji also learned from Li Maoming's reaction that his mother held a sacred and inviolable position in his heart, causing him to immediately become overjoyed. After taking a moment to compose his thoughts, Ziwuji continued, "Please calm your anger, Venerable Li. It was Wuji's fault for being unclear just now. The truth is, Ziwu Ji did not speak the following words out loud, but instead stared at Li Mao Ming and moved his lips, apparently sending his message directly to the other party's ear. Li Mao Ming, who had always been as tranquil as an ancient well, suddenly showed a look of shock on his face as he exclaimed, "What did you say?" Zilong, It's true. Ziwu Ji nodded sternly. Since she learned of this, my mother refuses to eat or drink and even has trouble sleeping. Venerable Li, honored father, and my mother were all friends in the past, so Wu Ji was hoping Venerable Li could find an opportunity to comfort her. Wu Ji fears that if she continues like this, it will begin to affect her health, or worse, if something extreme were to happen. Li Mao Ming, who appeared strong and heroic, staggered slightly as an expression of disbelief appeared on his face, his eyes flashing a complicated light as he seemed to be lost in reminiscence, a deep sadness apparent from his whole body. After remaining silent for quite some time, Li Mao Ming chuckled with bitter, wry laughter as he muttered, "Zilong, you really—" Li Mao Ming was unable to finish his words, though, as he seemed to choke on them. Venerable Li, you should consider what Wu Ji just said. Wu Ji is very worried about his mother's condition. Wu Ji said softly. Li Mao Ming took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and glanced over at Wu Ji before saying coldly, I will visit her, but that has nothing to do with today's matter. This king will not treat this as a transaction. If you really are filial, you should respect and care for your mother, not use her as a bargaining chip. If you try to do something like this again, I won't forgive you easily. Wu Ji's complexion changed slightly as he felt a deep annoyance in his heart, but he wore an obedient look on the surface and nodded. Venerable Li is right. Wu Ji was mistaken. Fool. No wonder he lost to father in the competition that year. A loser deserves to be a loser for the rest of his life. Wu Ji cursed in his heart. During the time these two spoke, Yang Kai and Gong Sun Liang had already exchanged hundreds of moves, and the world energy around them had grown far more chaotic. No one dared to approach within 1,000 meters of this battle. After hundreds of moves with neither side being able to gain an advantage, Yang Kai suddenly spoke audibly. This king is a purple star venerable. It is a matter of righteousness to defend the peace of purple star. Why would he need any benefits? Gong Sun Liang's whole face twitched visibly as, even though he knew Yang Kai was spouting nonsense, he could do nothing about it. With a sullen look, he shouted in a low voice, if that's the case, then don't blame this old master for being ruthless. Saying so, he formed a seal with his hands and pushed his Saint Chi madly. Yang Kai frowned as he thought this old man was going to use some profound secret technique. Not daring to underestimate his opponent, Yang Kai hurriedly withdrew to put up a proper defense. Although he did not put Gong Sun Liang in his eyes, the other part was still a second-order origin king, so acting cautiously was not unwarranted. However, the moment Yang Kai fell back, Gong Sun Liang flashed a smirk and his figure flickered, splitting into two, then four, then 8. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of Gong Sun Lians floating in the sky, each one of them extremely lifelike. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. This was undoubtedly an immensely powerful secret technique, and had utility as both a method of attack and escape. Moreover, even using his divine sense, Yang Kai was unable to tell which of these Gong Sun Liangs was the real one, as each of them gave off an identical aura. As soon as this move was executed, not just Yang Kai's complexion turned solemn, but Li Mao Ming, who had been spectating the battle from a distance, also turned serious. Li Mao Ming's eyes flashed a lavender light as he swept them over these countless phantom images, as if trying to identify which one was the real one. Gong Sun Liang's laughter rang out from all around. Second young master, you have forced this old master's hand. I hope you can bear the consequences. Saying so, all these phantoms no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai and instead shot off into the battlefield. Ah! A scream rang out as a cultivator who was locked in combat was suddenly blasted out by the Great Elder. A fresh palm print appeared on this unfortunate man's chest, which had clearly collapsed in from the impact. Mid-air, this person bled profusely as bits of his shattered internal organs spewed out from his mouth. This man died even before he hit the ground. A series of screams came out one after another, each of them belonging to a cultivator who had sided with Ziwuji, all of them Origin Realm masters. In the battlefield, Gongsun Liang's figure was everywhere, with no one able to tell which one was an illusion, and which wasn't. It was as if all of them were real. After they took action, these phantoms were able to quickly cut down Ziwuji's people. In an instant, everyone was in danger as all the cultivators who were approached by Gongsun Liang panicked and fled. But in front of a second-order Origin King, how could they escape? In the blink of an eye, several people were brutally murdered, each of them a pillar among Ziwuji's supporters. Blue veins throbbed on Ziwuji's forehead as he clenched his fists and turned in the direction of Yang Kai to roar, "Venerable Yang, stop him!" Yang Kai just stroked his chin as he stood mid-air though and shook his head. Second young master is asking for something quite difficult. This king cannot see any flaws in Great Elder's technique. So how is he supposed to stop him? These words were polite but clearly insincere. Yang Kai had been forced into this battle and did not plan on exerting any real effort. It did not matter to him what became of Purple Star, much less the lives of these people. He just wanted to stall for time. Once Xiao Xiao rescued Shen Tu and the others, he could leave this place immediately. However, even just standing still and observing for a while, Yang Kai had already discovered some clues and gained some insight into how Gongsun Liang's trick worked. What is more, if he used his demon eye of annihilation, finding the real Gongsun Liang would be simple. Hearing Yang Kai's irresponsible answer, Ziwuji nearly coughed up blood from anger. If all his people were killed, he wouldn't need to keep fighting. After all, without any supporters, what point would there be in struggling any further? Glaring at the situation in front of him grimly, Ziwuji eventually roared, "If that's the case, then I ask Venerable Yang to seek a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood." Yang Kai raised his brow when he heard this and showed a smirk. "That's easy enough." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and released several dozen golden blood threads, all of which transformed into sharp flying blades that shot off in all directions like arrows. Shio shio shio. Wind-splitting sounds echoed through the sky and soon, several screams rang out. 8 Origin Realm cultivators who were heavily engaged and had lost track of their surroundings were hit by Yang Kai's golden blood threads, and their defensive Saint Chi and artifacts were instantly destroyed. The golden blood threads penetrated their vitals and directly reaped their lives. With Yang Kai's current cultivation, how could these Origin returning realm cultivators, who were already in the midst of battle, resist his sudden attack? The golden blood threads flew back and forth again, once again taking a number of lives. After only 10 breaths, Yang Kai had caught up to Gongsun Liang in terms of kills. Gongsun Liang roared in anger. Origin realm cultivators were the indispensable backbone of any great force. After all, very few could reach the Origin King realm. Often, the strength of a great force depended not only on the number of Origin Kings it commanded but also on the number of Origin Realm Masters it could dispatch. After today's war, no matter who won and who lost, Purple Star's foundation would suffer severe damage. This was a result that neither Gongsun Liang nor Ziwuji were willing to see. But it was an unavoidable result. The end of one era and the arrival of another was always accompanied by much blood and sacrifice. High up in the sky, all the Origin Realm Masters, and even the First Order Origin Kings were terrified. The situation at this moment was almost as if Yang Kai and Gongsun Liang were engaged in a competition to see who could kill the most people the quickest, a contest to see who would be unable to bear the cost first and back down. In front of these 2 second-order Origin Kings, no one was able to put up meaningful resistance. Standing next to Ziwuji, Li Maoming, who seemed to be uninterested in everything in the world, wore a heavy look on his face as he realized that Purple Star would really be finished if he did not make a move. He never expected that things would develop to this point. If he made a move now, though, it would be akin to dropping a stone on his own foot because of what he had just said. Just as he was feeling a terrible headache from this internal conflict, Gongsun Liang suddenly roared, "Li Maoming, if you still remember the favor from all those years ago, you will help this old master stop that boy first. You don't want to see Purple Star suffer such a heavy loss, right?" Li Maoming frowned and hesitated. This Li does not want to see his brothers and sisters die needlessly, but second young master's safety. This old master won't make things difficult for you. This old master swears he won't move against second young master. And even if this old master ends up controlling Purple Star in the end, he will ensure second young master's safety and prosperity. Li Mao Ming's expression turned to one of struggle. Ziwuji stared at Li Mao Ming in amazement. Venerable Li, you wouldn't? Things have reached this point, so I cannot remain idle. Li Mao Ming sighed. You may rest assured. With me, no one in this world can hurt you, mother and child. I will fight with my life on the line to protect you both. Saying so, his figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. Ziwuji was stunned for a moment before he began cursing angrily, accusing Gong Sun Liang of being sinister and contemptible, and Li Mao Ming for failing to keep his word. At this moment, he no longer had any scruples, completely discarding his prior elegant demeanor. He was truly angered. Li Mao Ming was constrained by the favor he owed Gong Sun Liang and was forced to fight Yang Kai. As a result, Ziwuji was bound to suffer a complete defeat in today's battle. Even though Li Mao Ming said he would protect his safety and Gong Sun Liang also promised his safety and prosperity, the leadership of Purple Star, a position which stood above trillions of others, was not something he would ever get a chance to acquire again. The only hope was if Yang Kai could defeat both Gong Sun Liang and Li Mao Ming. But how could that be possible? All three of them were second-order origin kings, so their strengths should be similar. In that situation, one person couldn't defeat two. Despair soon filled Ziwuji's eyes. Xiao xiao xiao. The sound of air being cut apart rang out as the countless Gong Sun Liangs rapidly gathered and revealed his true body again. Standing in place, he stared at Yang Kai coldly without saying a word. Not far from him, Li Mao Ming's figure also appeared. The two of them flanked Yang Kai from left and right. Yang Kai just flashed a playful smile, though as he stretched out his hand and summoned back his golden blood threads. Only now did everyone else breathe a sigh of relief. In a short 30 breaths of time, the total number of cultivators who died to these two second-order origin kings had exceeded 60. These 60 individuals were all Origin Realm second or third-order masters, pillars of Purple Star. Fortunately, the crisis seemed to be over now, leaving many with feelings of lingering fear as well as deep sadness. As if everyone had come to some kind of silent agreement, the fighting ceased everywhere. The remaining Origin Realm masters knew that victory or defeat had nothing to do with them and would ultimately be decided by the three masters up above. There was simply no meaning in them fighting anymore, so they did not bother trying to spill any more blood. In an instant, the noisy battlefield calmed down and all eyes turned to stare at Yang Kai, Gong Sun Liang, and Li Mao Ming, everyone's expression extremely solemn. All the cultivators belonging to the second young master's side looked depressed, as if their parents had just died. They were not blind after all and understood that their chances of victory were slim. If Yang Kai lost this confrontation, they would become the losers, and the fate of the defeated was never good. What's wrong? Do you want to team up to suppress me? Yang Kai smiled as he looked around, not showing any kind of panic. Gong Sun Liang coldly snorted and remained silent, as if he was extremely angry with Yang Kai. On the other hand, Li Mao Ming pondered for a moment and politely said, Your Excellency, since your surname is Yang, this Li will call you Brother Yang. Brother Yang, since you have received the venerable token, you are my Purple Star's venerable, my Purple Star's person. Today's situation, I imagine you do not want to see either. Yang Kai chuckled and said casually, Naturally. Li Mao Ming gave a hearty laugh. It's good that Brother Yang thinks so. Since Brother Yang has Purple Star in his heart, why not hear this Li's proposal? Brother Li, please. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Today's matter should end here, otherwise, if we continue, it will damage Purple Star's very foundation, which helps no one. There are no enemies here, so should we not be able to stop and talk things out? Li Mao Ming sincerely asked Yang Kai. Not far away, Ziwuji was extremely nervous, his face filled with anxiety lest Yang Kai nod his head. If that were to happen, his defeat would be complete. He could not help praying secretly in his heart that Yang Kai would vow to fight to the end. If he did, he would still have a chance. What he did not expect, though, was that Xianxia would nod without hesitation after listening to Li Maoming's words. What Brother Li said is correct. This Yang had similar thoughts and originally planned to stop here. After all, there are two of you, so I can't win anyway, right? Zi Wuji's face became stiff hearing this and coughed up a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he understood that he really had no chance of winning. He had never expected that a second-order origin king master like Xianxia would be so spineless. Compared with him, Li Maoming was much more reliable. Xianxia agreeing so readily stunned Li Maoming for a moment. There was now no need for all the bitter-sounding persuasive remarks he had originally prepared, so he couldn't help smiling and saying, "Brother Yang is truly righteous, this Li admires. Great Elder, what do you think?" He turned his head to look at Gong Sun Liang. Gong Sun Liang squinted at Xianxia and quickly said, "Stopping here and making peace is permissible." Li Maoming was overjoyed, but before he could say anything, Gong Sun Liang continued, "But this venerable Yang killed so many masters today that this matter cannot simply be dropped." Li Maoming frowned as a look of displeasure appeared on his face, wondering why Gong Sun Liang was acting so uncompromising. "Then what do you suggest?" Xianxia raised his brow as his eyes collided with Gong Sun Liang. "Not putting the lives of Purple Star's disciples in your eyes at all, what right do you have to occupy the position of venerable? A position that is worshipped by all of Purple Star's citizens." Gong Sun Liang coldly snorted and said, "Your Excellency should return the venerable token to Purple Star. My Purple Star does not need a venerable like you." As soon as he said this, Li Maoming's face could not help changing slightly. Glancing over at Gong Sun Liang with complicated eyes, he seemed to want to say something, but ultimately he just sighed and held his tongue. With his intelligence, he naturally saw through Gong Sun Liang's true intentions. Today, even though these two had agreed to stop and make peace, an enmity had been formed between them, and Xianxia was still technically supporting Zi Wuji's side. If Gong Sun Liang wanted to completely control Purple Star, Xianxia's presence would be an obstacle. Therefore, it would be best to eliminate him here. Otherwise, Gong Sun Liang would not be able to stabilize his position in the future. For this reason, Gong Sun Liang made such a proposal. However, this proposal was obviously very insulting, and Li Maoming did not know if this venerable Yang would be willing to accept it. If he became angry and lashed out, the situation would be difficult to handle. Li Maoming was incredibly anxious as he carefully observed the changes in Xianxia's attitude, preparing to intervene if anything went wrong to try to restart negotiations. Unexpectedly, though, Xianxia did not show the slightest signs of anger and instead just smiled casually. "So that's what you're after. Very well, this king also didn't want to be a venerable from the start. Since Great Elder wants this venerable token back, he can have it." Saying so, he summoned a token into his hand and tossed it towards Gong Sun Liang. Gong Sun Liang swiftly caught the token which flew towards him, and after taking a quick look, he saw it was indeed the venerable token, causing him to freeze in place. He also did not expect that the other party really didn't put the venerable token in his eyes and would simply give it back after he asked, causing some slight disbelief. Gong Sun Liang didn't really want to deprive Xianxia of his venerable identity. He just wanted to create a situation where he could retreat in order to advance, making another less offensive request. Xianxia's cooperation suddenly disrupted his plan. Gong Sun Liang did not know what to say. "Haha, Brother Yang is truly a free and easy person. This Li is extremely impressed." Li Maoming looked at Xianxia like he was some kind of freak before turning to Gong Sun Liang and saying, "Great Elder, Brother Yang has already returned the venerable token. So today's matter. This is not over yet." Gong Sun Liang waved his hand, interrupting Li Maoming's words as he stared at Xianxia aggressively. "Although the venerable token has been returned, the fact that Your Excellency has killed so many people can't just be left alone. You have something more to say?" Xianxia could not help but sneer. He truly did not care about being a Purple Star venerable, as this time he had only come to Purple Star to take the Star Emperor token. Now that he had succeeded, he never planned to come here again, so the venerable token was useless to him. Since Gong Sun Liang wanted it, Xianxia had no qualms about handing it over. However, watching the other party still so reluctant to let things go annoyed Yang Kai greatly. Gong's son Liang continued, "For the crime of killing others, one should pay with their life. But your excellency is too strong for this old master to take your life. So why does your excellency not pay some compensation instead as an explanation to the people below?" Ha ha! Yang Kai couldn't help but grin as he stared at Gong's son Liang with interest. Compensation? Fine. What kind of compensation do you want? Gong's son Liang looked at Yang Kai with a solemn expression as his lips moved. Li Mao Ming did his best to eavesdrop on what was being said, but was unable to tell what Gong's son Liang had asked for, making him feel quite helpless. In his opinion, it would be best if today's affairs had ended here and now. He not only repaid Gong's son Liang's favor, but he did also so without having to fight Yang Kai. Now though, it seemed Gong's son Liang had taken some awful medicine, which made his greed run wild. Li Mao Ming believed that whatever Gong's son Liang wanted Yang Kai to hand over was extremely valuable, and if they failed to reach an agreement, it would surely reignite the conflict. Quite disgruntled with these developments, Li Mao Ming still raised his vigilance to prepare for any fallout. Sure enough, after Gong's son Liang's secret message was sent, Yang Kai nodded. "So you want that thing? I understand." What Gong's son Liang wanted was the origin essence crystal he obtained in the auction half a month ago. This old man must have noticed it was something extraordinary back at the auction but wasn't sure what it was at the time. However, it seemed that after these past few days, he had managed to determine the true identity of that object. "Hand over that thing and this old master will let you leave," Gong's son Liang quickly said. "And if I refuse?" Yang Kai squinted at him. Gong's son Liang said arrogantly, "Your excellency best consider his situation carefully before speaking. Although your strength is good, if I join forces with Brother Li, defeating you will not be a problem. Are you really going to stand against this old master?" "Laughable," Yang Kai mocked. "It's you who is reaching out for a yard after taking an inch. You want my things? All right, take it yourself if you have the skill." As soon as Li Mao Ming saw this, he knew that these two had fallen out and he could not help wearing a gloomy expression. "In that case, it's useless to say more. Brother Li, accompany this old master." Gong's son Liang roared as his Saint Chi burst from his body, and he summoned a short sword artifact into his hand. Grabbing this sword, he charged out. Gong's son Liang was an established second-order origin king with great strength. Summoning his artifact only increased his combat capacity, while at the same time he pushed his domain towards Yang Kai in an attempt to suppress him. In an instant, the space around Yang Kai became extremely viscous, with even the flow of world energy seeming to freeze. With a single step, he suddenly appeared over Yang Kai's head and slashed down with his sword. A dazzling brilliance and shocking energy fluctuation erupted from his sword as a wave that seemed capable of cutting the world apart flew out. Yang Kai simply stood in place, staring at his opponent coldly. Just when the attack entered range though, Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand and summoned the bladeless dragon bone sword into it to block the incoming sword. Honk! With a thunderous bang, a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering shockwave visible to the naked eye exploded outwards from where the two swords clashed. The attacking Gong's son Liang's face changed drastically as his eyes almost bulged out of their sockets, staring at Yang Kai, who was so close at hand in amazement with a look of disbelief on his face. Although he had fought against Yang Kai just now, he had only been probing his strength and had not used his all, but just now, in order to obtain that origin essence crystal, a treasure which would give him a chance to reach the third-order origin king realm, Gong's son Liang had not held back. The blow he just delivered had 100% of his strength behind it but was easily blocked by his opponent. Not only that, but the counterforce he felt from Yang Kai was almost irresistible. Under the impact of this force, Gong's son Liang felt like he was on a small boat in a stormy sea, the waves crashing in on him from all sides, threatening to drown him at any moment. Gong's son Liang was terrified when he realized this, and while struggling to resist, he shouted, "Brother Li, what are you waiting for?" He had to ask for help from Li Mao Ming. Li Mao Ming frowned and shook his head. Why? While complaining though, he too used his domain to suppress Yang Kai. In the end, he still owed Gongsun Liang a favor, and Yang Kai had returned the venerable token, meaning he was no longer a purple star venerable. There were no moral concerns about him making a move against Yang Kai now. Even so, he did not want to fight against a cultivator who was in the same realm as himself, so this time he only released his domain to exert some pressure on Yang Kai instead of actually making a move. From the left and right, two second-order Origin King domains pressed down like two giant mountains, trying to crush everything between them to dust. And at the very center point of this vice was Yang Kai. This put Yang Kai under great pressure and forced him to divert part of his strength to resist Li Mao Ming's domain. Gongsun Liang saw this and immediately moved to regain the initiative, quickly suppressing Yang Kai. While putting pressure on Yang Kai, he grit his teeth and spoke to Yang Kai sincerely. "Young man, there is a saying, a wise man will submit to the circumstances. Hand over that thing and this old master will no longer embarrass you. You can even receive high-level treatment as a guest of Purple Star. What say you? Why do you sound like victory is already within your grasp?" Although Yang Kai had a difficult expression on his face, his demeanor was still extremely leisurely as he glanced over at Gongsun Liang and asked in a composed tone. Gongsun Liang laughed at this question and spat. "Because this old master already has victory in hand. Is that so?" Yang Kai grinned viciously, and in the next moment, his domain burst forth. Wang. With a low hum, the surrounding space destabilized, as if it was about to collapse and cave in. Like a giant rock had been dropped into a calm lake. The power of Yang Kai's domain formed visible ripples in space as it spread outward. A faint, cracking sound spread out. Gongsun Liang and Li Mao Ming's faces changed greatly as the former exclaimed, "How can this be?" He was shocked to discover that under the joint pressure of his and Li Mao Ming's domain, Yang Kai had not been suppressed. In fact, he was the one breaking their combined domains apart. Gongsun Liang's heart shook. He had broken through to the Origin King realm almost 1,000 years ago and reached the Second Order more than 300 years ago. In other words, his domain had been condensed and refined over nearly a millennium. For 1,000 years, he had forged his domain through his own unique comprehensions and insights. Few people in the entire star field could surpass him in this regard. Li Mao Ming's history was similarly profound. But now, their two domains combined could not push back Yang Kai's and were literally cracking apart when faced with the latter's. What did that mean? It meant that their two domains put together were weaker than his. This discovery made Gongsun Liang's blood run cold and his eyes filled with horror. Only now did he realize that Yang Kai had never once used his full strength. Gongsun Liang had overestimated Yang Kai's strength as much as he thought possible, but he found he had still greatly underestimated his opponent, in the end. "Not good!" Li Mao Ming shouted as he quickly withdrew his domain, his face completely pale. His domain being cracked meant his foundation was cracked. If this continued and his domain broke, it would most likely result in his realm regressing. Such a consequence was not something any Origin King would be able to bear. Fortunately, he quickly realized what was happening and retracted his domain. Otherwise, he would have been in great danger. With his domain withdrawn, Gongsun Liang alone could obviously not resist Yang Kai's might, and a dense series of cracks sounded through the air. Together with these sounds, Gongsun Liang's body trembled, and blood began to leak from his 7 orifices. His domain, which had been condensed for 1,000 years, was showing signs of collapsing. After this battle, even if Gongsun Liang did not die, he would need to enter retreat for at least 100 years if he wanted to repair his domain. The battle was not over yet, though, and from point-blank range, Yang Kai pressed his dragon bone sword fiercely towards Gongsun Liang, sending an overwhelming force towards him that sent the latter flying. Wha! A resounding dragon roar filled the world as the dragon bone sword transformed into a giant dark green dragon, its body swaying back and forth as its giant eyes fixed onto Gongsun Liang. Diving towards its prey, it opened its giant maw and bit towards him, seemingly intending to swallow him whole. A dragon bone artifact. Gongsun Liang's eyes bulged at this sight. Although he had felt that the other party's artifact was somewhat different when Yang Kai had taken out the dragon bone sword, he could not figure out why until now. This artifact was refined from dragon bone. Those were the bones of an ancient divine spirit. Any artifact created from such materials would be at least Origin King grade. The rich, nearly tangible dragon pressure impacted Gongsun Liang's soul and body, causing him to tremble in fear and horror. This was a kind of instinctual fear, as no one could face an ancient divine spirit without having such emotions. This was something on a fundamental level. Biting the tip of his tongue, Gongsun Liang forcefully dispelled the discomfort in his heart, and swiftly formed a series of seals with his hands while pushing his Saint Chi madly. The next moment, his short sword artifact released a radiant light and transformed into a giant flood dragon. This flood dragon gave off a dazzling multicolored light and had a mouth filled with sharp, jagged fangs. Releasing a roar, it shot towards the giant dark green dragon. The two transformed Origin King grade artifacts met midair and began to clash, releasing violent energy fluctuations that shook the whole of Purple Star City. The houses down below shattered like they were made from thousand-year-old rotten wood, bursting into pieces as massive gullies and trenches were dug out from the fallout of this great battle. The surviving Origin Realm Masters who had been observing from nearby were all hit hard as well, their expressions changing drastically as they did their best to retreat while defending themselves, each of them showing looks of shock from the terrifying aftermath they were subjected to. Only a few of Purple Star's elders remained where they stood by relying on their high cultivations, but judging from their expressions, it was no easy task for them to resist the fallout from this battle. Each of these elders' expressions was extremely solemn, but none of them were willing to withdraw or even close their eyes as they fixedly observed this raging conflict. Battles between second-order Origin Kings were an extremely rare occurrence, and being able to spectate one was an even rarer opportunity. Anything they learned from observing this battle would surely benefit them greatly. With a huge burst of energy, Yang Kai disappeared like a ghost, and when he reappeared, he was already right in front of Gongsun Liang. "You?" Gongsun Liang gasped. At this moment, his momentum was already quite weak, and now that Yang Kai had mysteriously appeared within striking range, Yang Kai did not say a word, his expression cold and determined as his fist flashed with 5-colored light, sending a punch towards Gongsun Liang. 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. This exquisite body tempering secret art was usable both offensively and defensively, able to penetrate the hardest of defenses and protect against the most brutal of attacks. Yang Kai's fist, covered in his 5 elements indestructible sword chi, was as solid and sturdy as an ordinary Origin King grade artifact. If this punch landed, Gongsun Liang would take severe damage. This fist was not swung very fast, and its path was extremely clear, but Gongsun Liang was stunned to discover that he couldn't dodge or avoid it at all. This fist carried with it an absolute suppressive force. It was an attack that could not be resolved no matter what method he used. If he was at his peak, Gongsun Liang might have been able to retreat, but at this moment, having just suffered serious damage to his domain, how could he resist? Only able to watch this glowing fist close in, Gongsun Liang's heart filled with panic. At the crucial moment, a figure appeared in front of Gongsun Liang. It was Li Mao Ming. Li Mao Ming's face was also extremely dignified as he lifted the wine bottle in his hand to his mouth and took a deep drink before spitting out fiercely. "Who?" A blue flame burst forth from Li Mao Ming's mouth and created a barrier between him and Yang Kai's fist. This flame was not hot, but extremely cold instead. As soon as this blue flame appeared, the whole surrounding world seemed to freeze over. The 5-colored glow on Yang Kai's fist flickered violently, as if it was about to be extinguished, while at the same time a deep chill traveled up his arm all the way to his chest. Yang Kai could not help trembling under this impact. Glancing at the wine bottle and the blue flames in front of him, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he realized this was a rare and powerful treasure. "Brother Yang, stop!" Seeing Yang Kai's actions slow down, Li Mao Ming hurriedly shouted. Yang Kai's eyes simply narrowed though, and ignoring Li Mao Ming's plea, he shouted in a low voice, "Dragon transformation!" Yang Kai's arm inflated to twice its normal size in that instant, and under the shocked gazes of Li Mao Ming and Gongsun Liang, dragon scales condensed from Saint Chi covered his arm, and his outstretched fist transformed into a terrifying dragon claw. The golden divine dragon aura that diffused from Yang Kai's arm caused the two men facing it to tremble. The wall of blue flame which was separating the two sides was easily broken through as these flames were unable to harm Yang Kai's dragon scale-covered arm in the slightest. Li Mao Ming and Gong Sun Liang's eyeballs bulged as they reacted instinctually and combined their strengths to counterattack, releasing a strike that was not weaker than an ordinary third-order Origin King's attack towards Yang Kai's terrifying dragon claw. High up in the sky, as if it was the end of the world, a brilliant burst of light erupted as a thunderous explosion rang out, blinding and deafening all who were observing. In the next instant, 3 figures were sent flying out from the center of this explosion. All of Purple Star City shook as countless cultivators looked up into the sky towards the great battle, all of them filled with anxiety. 99% of the people in the city didn't know what was happening, only that there were extremely powerful masters engaging in a life-or-death battle. Everyone knew that when the city gates were on fire, it was the fish in the moat who would be affected first, so none of them wanted to get close, much less be involved. Swiftly, throngs of people rushed towards the city gate, trying to escape from Purple Star City to avoid being swept up into the chaos. There were also some courageous cultivators who, instead of running from the battle, ran towards it, hoping to fish in troubled waters. The more dangerous a place, the greater the opportunity. This was an eternal truth. Inside Purple Star Palace, Zi Wuji grinned silently as a fanatical look appeared on his face. He never imagined that Yang Kai would be this powerful. When Li Mao Ming was constrained by the favor he owed Gong Sun Liang and joined forces with him to fight against Yang Kai, Zi Wuji had thought that all was lost and his plans had ended in failure, causing him to feel desperate. But now, his spirits had been lifted once more because, in the confrontation of the 3 second-order Origin Kings, Yang Kai actually had the upper hand against the combined forces of Gong Sun Liang and Li Mao Ming. Was this venerable Yang really so amazing? Even his father Zilong would not be able to compete with such methods, right? Zi Wuji could not believe what he was seeing, but that did not stop him from enjoying it. A beautiful picture of his future began to expand once more before him, and Zi Wuji was so excited he could barely restrain himself, shouting out loud for Yang Kai to cut down Gong Sun Liang once and for all. Up in the air, Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he straightened himself up, his eyes gleaming as he stared ahead. A few kilometers away, Gong Sun Liang and Li Mao Ming both had pale faces as they stared back in shock. In that head-on confrontation just now, none of them had profited and Yang Kai was certainly injured. However, Li Mao Ming and Gong Sun Liang were not the least bit pleased, as it was clear they were still worse off. This result was unacceptable to both Gong Sun Liang and Li Mao Ming. Together, the two of them could exert strength almost on par with a third-order Origin King, but Yang Kai was able to repel them. Didn't that mean that he was qualified to compete with a third-order Origin King all by himself? Such a possibility subverted Li Mao Ming and Gong Sun Liang's entire perception of reality. Although the second order and third order only differed by a single minor realm, the gap in strength between the two was as wide as the gap between heaven and earth. In the Origin King realm, every step forward represented a massive promotion of strength. What's more, there wasn't the slightest sign of fear in the other party's eyes. Instead, only an endless fighting spirit could be seen, causing both Li Mao Ming and Gong Sun Liang to shiver. Just what kind of freak was he? The two of them now found that they couldn't understand Yang Kai in the slightest. A crisp sound rang out from above at that moment as the two Origin King-grade artifacts clash seemed to come to an end. The giant dark green dragon transformed back into its dragon bone sword form, while the flood dragon restored its short sword appearance. Both the sword-shaped artifacts flew back to the hands of their respective owners. The dragon bone sword was still undamaged, its green halo as bright as ever. On the contrary, Gong Sun Liang's sword had gone dim and its aura was fluctuating somewhat chaotically. Looking at his sword, Gong Sun Liang's heart ached, causing his already tenuous condition to worsen. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, his aura weakened noticeably and became somewhat dispirited. "Brother Yang, stop." Li Mao Ming's expression drooped as he stared towards Yang Kai solemnly. His tone was filled with an imploring tone, as he truly did not want to fight anymore. He had only made an appearance today because he was entrusted by that person to protect Zi Wuji's safety. Later, he was forced to engage in a confrontation with a cultivator of the same realm, which he was reluctant from the start to do. Now, he found himself facing Yang Kai, a true monster he had never seen the likes of before. You say fight and I have to fight, then you say stop and I have to stop? Do I not have any face at all? Yang Kai grinned grimly. What do you want in order for this to end? Just say it. No one is an outsider here, so everything is open to discussion. Li Mao Ming still regarded Yang Kai as one of them, seemingly valuing the venerable position very highly. What I want is simple. Yang Kai grinned and took a step forward. A fight to the death. Whether you come at me one-on-one or both together, I don't care. You? Li Mao Ming looked anxiously at Yang Kai and pleaded, Why are you acting like this? He never thought that Yang Kai would make such a ridiculous request. Those at the Origin King realm generally avoided head-on conflicts because no Origin King was good to provoke. Everyone had trump cards they held in reserve that they would only use under desperate circumstances. Li Mao Ming had never met anyone like Yang Kai who seemed so eager to wage what would normally be considered a self-destructive battle. I only broke through to the second-order Origin King recently, and this is the first time I've run into opponents of the same level. So I want to verify where my bottom line is. Yang Kai grinned ferociously. Bullshit. Before Li Mao Ming spoke, Gong Sun Liang could not help but curse as he glared at Yang Kai angrily, an unforgettable hatred blazing in his eyes as he shouted. An old monster still wants to pretend he's young? Have you no shame? He also thought that Yang Kai was not very old at first. After all, he still retained a youthful look, but after fighting with him, he immediately concluded that Yang Kai was a cultivator that had lived for 1,000 or more years. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such strength. If he really did just break through to the second order and could already suppress both him and Li Mao Ming, then Gong Sun Liang might as well just commit suicide and be done with it. Believe what you like. There is no other way to settle this matter today. Yang Kai snorted coldly. Seeing him act so aggressive, Gong Sun Liang's eyes flashed with anger and he opened his mouth to say something, but couldn't find any words in the end. He was deeply regretting his actions now. If he had just settled for emerging victorious in the power struggle today, none of this would have happened. But because he was greedy and wanted to snatch the Origin Essence Crystal from Yang Kai's hands, he had instead brought great trouble upon himself. Already, his domain had been damaged, his artifact had lost a great deal of spirituality, and his body had been injured. If he wanted to completely recover, at least a century of secluded retreat would be necessary. It was useless to regret now, though. So Gong Sun Liang forcefully suppressed the bitterness in his heart. If the two of you won't make the first move, I will, Yang Kai declared as he began to condense his Saint Qi. At that moment, though, he suddenly frowned and looked in a certain direction. At the same time, Gong Sun Liang, Li Mao Ming, and even the Origin King elders of Purple Star had their faces changed slightly as they all looked in the same direction. Over there, a figure had appeared on the horizon and seemed to be casually strolling towards them. At first, this figure seemed quite far away, but he appeared in the center of the battlefield in the blink of an eye. The newcomer was an old man with snow-white hair and a long beard that matched his linen robes. His appearance, while spotlessly clean, was also incredibly plain, making him look no different from an ordinary old man. But Yang Kai's expression was extremely solemn as he stared at this old man, because he felt an incredible pressure radiating from him. After arriving in the middle of the battlefield, this old man swept his eyes around with a gloomy expression on his face. Everyone who came under his gaze could not help turning aside their eyes and lowering their heads. The vast area fell silent suddenly as everyone even suppressed the sound of their breathing, lest they draw this old man's attention. Humph! After a long time, the old man snorted softly. This sound seemed common, but it was laced with some kind of mysterious force that made it hit everyone's chest like a drum, causing their bodies to shake and their blood to roil. Yang Kai's eyes widened as a brilliant light flashed across them. Third Order Origin King. Since the old man showed up, he had his suspicions, but it was only now that he was able to determine that the other party was a genuine Third Order Origin King. This old man was a supreme existence whose equals in the entire star field could be counted on a single hand. A name quickly popped into Yang Kai's mind. Kuang Shizong. Zidong had once told him about the cultivation and quantity of Purple Star's masters. So Yang Kai knew that Purple Star had a third-order origin king supporting it, and that person was Kuang Shizong. The seniority of this old man was terrifying, and even Zilong had to address him as martial uncle when he saw him. However, no one knew where this person was, as no one on Purple Star had seen him for 200 years. Some people said he had long ago passed away, while others speculated he had traveled to some dangerous place in the star field to seek a higher martial Tao. There were even some who thought he had shattered space and left the star field altogether. No one had thought he had secluded himself in Purple Star City though and would appear at such a time. Gong Sun Liang, Li Mao Ming, and all the Origin King Realm Elders finally recovered at this moment and respectfully bowed in the direction of Kuang Shizong. Greetings, martial ancestor. Many of the Origin returning realm cultivators also knew who this old man was and did not dare show any negligence, each and every one of them bowing their heads in reverence. You still put this martial ancestor in your eyes? Kuang Shizong looked at everyone coldly, causing cold sweat to leak from their foreheads. Even Gong Sun Liang and Li Mao Ming had their heads lowered at this moment, like children who had been caught after making a great mistake, not daring to speak. It seems you've all made great progress these past 200 years. Kuang Shizong sneered sarcastically, reducing Purple Star City to such a state. You think you are worthy of the foundation passed down to you by my Purple Star's ancestors? Facing this question, everyone shivered in place as more cold sweat poured down their faces. If this old master didn't appear, were you planning to completely demolish Purple Star Palace? We wouldn't dare. Gong Sun Liang replied with trepidation. Why wouldn't you dare? Don't all of you have the courage? Or do you only have the courage to act but not the courage to admit? Disciples have been unfilial. Please forgive us, martial ancestor. Gong Sun Liang cried out loudly. Disciples have been unfilial. Please forgive us, martial ancestor. Countless people shouted in unison from down below. What is this matter all about? Kuang Shizong roared, his white hair blowing despite there being no wind, his face filled with anger. Explain now. Gong Sun Liang's body trembled, but he did not dare to conceal anything, quickly explaining the cause and effect of today's events. In front of an old monster like Kuang Shizong, Gong Sun Liang didn't dare to play any tricks, so his narration of the events of today contained no slander or embellishment. When Kuang Shizong heard that all the ancestral tablets had been broken, he became furious and a terrifying pressure fell upon the audience. This pressure was so heavy it felt as if the sky had collapsed and was now weighing directly on everyone's heart. Kuang Shizong shot a fierce glare towards Zi Wuji at that moment, causing him to immediately cough up a mouthful of blood. With his shrewdness, how could Kuang Shizong not understand that the broken tablets were something Zi Wuji had engineered? This was an intolerable disrespect to the ancestors, so he punished him. Hearing that Yang Kai had fought two opponents at once and actually held the advantage, Kuang Shizong raised his brows and looked at Yang Kai with interest. Yang Kai showed no fear though and simply grinned back at him. After a while, Gong Sun Liang finished speaking and stood quietly in place, waiting nervously. The atmosphere was solemn, and no one dared to speak. The place where Kuang Shizong stood was the focus of everyone present as no one knew what he was thinking at this moment. Only after a long silence did Kuang Shizong suddenly say, Why has this old master not heard about my Purple Star having a third venerable? Boy, where did you obtain your venerable token? Yang Kai smiled lightly and said, Senior's question is quite strange. The venerable token was naturally given to me by Zilong. He gave it to you? When, where? Kuang Shizong stared sternly at Yang Kai as he pointedly questioned. Gong Sun Liang, Li Mao Ming, and all the others all looked suspiciously at Kuang Shizong, not knowing why he would ask these seemingly irrelevant questions. Yang Kai frowned slightly as he suddenly had a bad premonition, but he still calmly said, What does Senior mean by asking this? What do I mean? Kuang Shizong's face suddenly became solemn as he took a step towards Yang Kai. It was only a step, but Kuang Shizong's aura seemed to crash towards Yang Kai as a result, forcing him to retreat 3 steps as his face flushed slightly. Zilong, where is he? Is he dead or alive? Kuang Shizong asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai's face changed slightly and did not make a sound. Kuang Shizong asking such a question obviously meant he either already knew the answer or was trying to force a response from Yang Kai in order to make a determination. So the best course of action was to not speak. Refusing to speak? Is that a confirmation of your guilty conscience? Kuang Shizong sneered. Boy, you may not know, but becoming a venerable of Purple Star is not just about holding a venerable token. It is also required for this old master to consent before anything becomes official. Without a nod from this old master, Zilong would never give out a venerable token no matter how much courage he had. You hold a venerable token, but this old master knows nothing about your existence. So does Zilong no longer put this old master in his eyes, or is there something else afoot here? Care to explain? Hearing what he said, Yang Kai could not help but chuckle and casually said, maybe Zilong was planning to discuss the matter with Senior after thinking about it for a while, and the venerable token has already been returned to Great Elder by me. So why don't we end things here for today? Humph! Kuang Shizong coldly snorted, ignoring Yang Kai and instead turning to Ziwuji and coldly asking, is your father's life lamp still intact? Ziwuji had just suffered a heavy blow, but he was not critically injured and was currently adjusting his breathing. Hearing this question, though, he trembled and hesitated, debating whether he should lie or not, but soon he resigned himself and answered honestly. Reporting to Martial Ancestor, Lord Father's life lamp has broken. What? Everyone was shocked, and even Gong Sun Liang showed an expression of disbelief. They naturally knew what a life lamp was and what it meant for it to have broken. This meant that Zilong had fallen. Purple Star's sect master had died. Only Li Mao Ming, who received the news from Ziwuji earlier today, remained relatively calm, though a sad and bitter smile still adorned his face. He and Zilong were as close as siblings when they were young, and though they had later parted ways because of a woman, they were still brothers, not enemies. When he learned that Zilong had fallen, Li Mao Ming was not the least bit happy and instead was extremely sad. As I thought, Kuang Shizong sighed, his already old face seemingly aging noticeably. After remaining silent for a moment, he turned to Yang Kai again, his eyes as sharp as a falcon's, as if they could penetrate everything in the world, and quickly asked, where did Zilong die? The severed world. Yang Kai answered with a frown. Who killed him? Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, oh? Does Senior feel that the death of Brother Zilong has nothing to do with me? Kuang Shizong sneered. Although you are quite good, you're not qualified to kill Zilong. If that weren't the case, do you think this old master would be bothering to speak with you now? This old master would have already taken your life to avenge Zilong. Senior's mind is sharp. Yang Kai wore a look of admiration before immediately showing a pained look. Brother Zilong died under the 7-colored radiant light. It was not under anyone's hand. 7-colored radiant light. Kuang Shizong's face changed. Obviously, he knew what the 7-colored radiant light was. Perhaps he had even entered the severed world before and thus knew of its power. Lightly nodding, he muttered, if that is the case, then it was his own fault for acting reckless. After Brother Zilong died, I picked up his space ring, and as for the venerable token, haha. Yang Kai smirked. What? You mean you never were my Purple Star's venerable? Gong Sun Liang could not help but yell in a cracking voice. Great Elder! Forgive me! Forgive me! Yang Kai cupped his fists at him with a smile. You! Gong Sun Liang's blood rushed to his head and his heart nearly burst from his chest. Kuang Shizong glanced at him coldly before turning to Yang Kai and saying, Boy, you are not my Purple Star venerable. You deceived your way into this place and damaged my Purple Star city. These sins is unforgivable. It wasn't just me. Yang Kai protested. If it weren't for you, how could today's situation have happened? Kuang Shizong looked at Yang Kai coldly, his murderous intent so strong it was tangible. Yang Kai secretly became vigilant and condensed his Saint Qi, preparing to defend himself. But to his surprise, Kuang Shizong did not immediately attack, but instead said, "Boy, this old master will give you two options. 1. This old master kills you here and now to comfort the departed souls of my Purple Star's ancestors. 2. You join my Purple Star officially and work for my Purple Star. Choose." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Why must Senior try to embarrass me? I don't want to die, and I don't want to join Purple Star, so what should be done? Boy, do not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This old master appreciates talents and does not want to see someone like you die young. You should consider well before replying." "I have considered it thoroughly." Yang Kai nodded sincerely. Kuang Shizong narrowed his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai and said unhurriedly, "You pretending to be my Purple Star Venerable, even going so far as to infiltrate my Purple Star Palace and involve yourself in this muddy water was for more than just your own entertainment. Yes? If this old master isn't wrong. You came here for these people." Saying so, Kuang Shizong stretched out his hand and waved, and from down below, a slight exclamation rang out. Then a loud roar accompanied by violent energy fluctuations burst forth as Kuang Shizong's face went cold and he clenched his fist. Several figures flew over towards him uncontrollably at that moment and immediately arrived beside him. Amazingly, it was Shintu and his entourage. Behind Shintu and the others, Xiao Xiao held the heaven-shaking pillar and was in close pursuit. Xiao Xiao's body had already swelled up to his stone giant form and seemed to be trying to save Shintu and the others, but was powerless to do so. Shintu and the others wore panicked expressions at this moment. They had just been rescued by Xiao Xiao and were about to use the chaos to escape from Purple Star City when they were suddenly subdued by Kuang Shizong and instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. Kuang Shizong fixed Shintu and the others in place not far away before turning and frowning at the stone puppet below, some curiosity apparent in his gaze. Even with his insight and experience, he could not tell whether the stone puppet was a creature or a puppet and could only vaguely feel that this stone-like thing was not simple. What is Senior's meaning here? Yang Kai squinted at Kuang Shizong. Nothing. Kuang Shizong saw Yang Kai become somewhat anxious when Shintu and the others and couldn't help but smile. "So you're from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? However, this old master has never heard of anyone like you in Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Who are you?" Junior is an unknown person. Senior has naturally never heard of him. But I must say, a senior of your level resorting to such underhanded methods, if word of this were to spread out, wouldn't it invite ridicule? Yang Kai's face was as cold and gloomy as ice. "Who would dare laugh at me? This old master will kill him and all his family." Kuang Shizong said indifferently, "I will give you one last chance. Swear allegiance to my Purple Star and I can release this trash, otherwise, all of you will die here today." Shintu was suspended in midair and his strength was completely imprisoned. So all he could do is look towards Yang Kai with a wry smile and say, "Brother Yang, forget about us, just think of a way to escape." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly paled and spat out a mouthful of blood. Second young master. The cultivators from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce were shocked, and one of them even turned his head and cursed at Kuang Shizong. "Old bastard, how dare you?" Pong! Halfway through his sentence, though, his head suddenly burst open, spraying a mess of red and white all over before his headless corpse fell to the ground. Shintu and the others turned pale immediately as they expected that a master like Kuang Shizong would actually lower himself to killing an Origin Realm cultivator he had already subdued. At that moment, none of them dared to say anything again, for fear of causing their own death. This old master's patience is limited. Next, it will be him. This boy seems to have some value. If you do not want him to die, you should seriously consider this old master's offer. Kuang Shizong pointed at Shintu, his expression cold and unfeeling. As soon as this was said, Shintu could not help shivering slightly. "You dare!" Yang Kai shouted angrily, his complexion becoming fierce. Without even mentioning his personal friendship with Shintu, just Shueyu's existence was more than enough for Yang Kai to act here. If he really let Shintu die at Kuang Shizong's hand, Yang Kai would no longer have any face to see Shueyu. After all, Shintu was Shui Yu's second brother. Kuang Shizong looked startled for a moment before a strange grin appeared on his face. No one has dared speak to this old master that way for many years. Interesting, boy. Open your eyes and watch whether this old master really dares to kill him. Kuang Shizong's intent to kill was real, and he had the strength to back up his arrogance. He didn't take Yang Kai's threats to heart at all. Having made his decision, Kuang Shizong did not hesitate to act, stretching out his hand and pointing at Shintu, as if he was really intending to kill him. Shintu's face paled as he felt the aura of death enveloping him, his whole body shivering from fright. At that moment, though, a mysterious power pulsed and Yang Kai's figure suddenly disappeared. Kuang Shizong's eyes shrank and his outstretched hand suddenly clenched into a fist as the full power of his third-order origin king cultivation gathered on it and blasted towards the space in front of him. At the spot where Kuang Shizong punched, Yang Kai appeared like a ghost, shielding Shintu and the others behind himself, his face extremely solemn as both his palms stretched out towards the void. Secret technique, exile. Space Force surged as a black hole suddenly appeared in front of Kuang Shizong. This black hole was like the open mouth of an ancient beast that wanted to swallow him whole. The hole itself was filled with a chaotic nothingness that even a master like Kuang Shizong could not help trembling slightly before. The powerful strength of a third-order origin king burst forth. With a thunderous explosion, the black hole was shattered like a mirror, collapsing in on itself as the chaotic space force sputtered out in all directions, quickly transforming into countless blade-like attacks that launched towards Kuang Shizong. What a bold junior! Kuang Shizong was furious and his entire body shook as Saint Chi burst forth from it to form a protective layer that blocked the chaotic blades of Space Force. Xiao xiao xiao. An endless series of sounds resembling something cutting through the air rang out as pitch-black crescent-shaped blades slashed towards Kuang Shizong. Secret technique, Moonblade. Kuang Shizong narrowed his eyes as he felt huge danger from these moonblades. Not daring to despise them, he opened his mouth and spat out a jade pendant-like artifact that swiftly twisted and transformed into a giant bird. This giant bird had 3 heads, each the size of a house, and its wings flapped wildly as it gathered the surrounding world energy and condensed it into countless wind blades that it shot out to intercept Yang Kai's moon blades. There was a burst of explosions as the barrage of moon blades and wind blades clashed mid-air, creating a region of space that was literally being shredded apart. A fist slammed out from the rampaging storm of explosions and flew towards Kuang Shizong, 5-colored light radiating brilliantly from it. It was Yang Kai's indestructible sword chi. Kuang Shizong reacted just as rapidly and threw out a punch of his own. With a bang, Kuang Shizong's body was shaken and he was forced to retreat 3 steps before finally standing firm. On the other hand, Yang Kai was sent flying backwards, his face turning pale as he tumbled through the air while trying to use his Saint Chi to resolve the rampaging energy that had penetrated his body. The conflict had happened so quickly that most did not even understand what had happened. Even the First-Order Origin King Elders who were watching were confused about what had transpired, while only Gong Sun Liang and Li Mao Ming were able to witness the entire process. The two of them could not help gasping as they exchanged a glance and saw the shock in each other's eyes. When the two of them joined forces to fight Yang Kai just now, they had been at a disadvantage, so they already knew Yang Kai was no ordinary second-order origin king and had even guessed he might have the ability to fight a third order. But speculations were just speculations in the end. After all, neither of them knew just how strong a third-order origin king really was. However, at this moment, what they had only guessed at was really happening before their eyes. Yang Kai had exchanged blows with Kuang Shizong, and although he had been at a disadvantage from start to finish, even winding up with some slight injuries, he was far from being defeated. Who was Kuang Shizong? An old monster who had lived for thousands of years and had few equals throughout the entire star field. Each of these third-order origin kings had the power to destroy a small star and were masters that ordinary people would never see in their lifetime. They were the supreme symbols of the peak of the martial Tao, undefeated legends. But Yang Kai was able to confront such a master head-on and not die. Not only that, he had also managed to rescue the people from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce from Kuang Shizong. This scene shocked Li Mao Ming and Gong Sun Liang to their cores and forced them to ask themselves if would they be able to achieve the same? The answer was a resounding no. Most likely, they would have been heavily injured by Kuang Shizong's first move and then been forced to retreat. Above Purple Star City, Kuang Shizong's expression fluctuated, not showing any embarrassment or anger, only solemnness as he stared fixedly at Yang Kai without saying a word. Not far away, Yang Kai stood before Shen Tu and the others, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, raised his head slightly, and stared back at Kuang Shizong. After a long time, Kuang Shizong asked seriously, "Space Force. Senior's perception is sharp." Yang Kai grinned at him. "You've actually managed to comprehend such an esoteric power? Even reaching such a level of proficiency?" Kuang Shizong's heart shook as his eyes nearly bulged. Kuang Shizong had naturally heard of the Tao of Space, as there were a number of people who had cultivated Space Force in the star field and even Purple Star itself, but most of these cultivators had only touched upon this mysterious force, and none could use Space Force in battle. But the methods Yang Kai used just now clearly showed he had extremely deep attainments in the Tao of Space. Otherwise, he would not have been able to move instantaneously or condense a blade of Space Force and form a chaotic black hole. This was a shocking reality. Li Mao Ming and Gong Sun Liang were both stunned as well. Only now did they understand that what Yang Kai had just used was the extremely esoteric Space Force. Realizing this, both of their expressions turned even uglier than before. Didn't this mean that when Yang Kai had fought them just now, he was not using his full strength? Fighting 2 against 1, falling into a disadvantage, and not even being able to make the other side use their true strength. This ugly truth made Gong Sun Liang and Li Mao Ming feel deeply ashamed. Since Senior understands, is he still confident in keeping me here? On the other side, Yang Kai smiled and declared with a confident expression, "If I want to go, no one in this world can stop me." Hearing what he said, Kuang Shizong actually nodded slightly and said, "Although your words are crazy, you are indeed qualified to say them. It's good that Senior understands. Now why don't we discuss this matter? Today's affair will end here. I will leave with my few friends, and Senior will forget about everything that has happened. How about it?" "In your dreams," Kuang Shizong sneered. "It is true that since you are proficient in the Tao of Space, wanting to kill you is indeed impossible, but that is only the truth if you were alone. Dragging along those deadweights, do you still have the confidence to escape from this old master's pursuit? No one here is a fool, so stop trying to play cheap tricks with this old master." Yang Kai's brow twitched slightly as he said helplessly, "I didn't expect that Senior would already see this far ahead. It is as you say." Shen Tu, who was being protected by Yang Kai, heard this, and a determined look appeared on his face as he said, "Brother Yang, just leave us here. If my life can ensure yours, this Shen Tu will die without regret. We will follow second young master to the death. On the road to the Yellow Springs, the journey won't be lonely." The several others expressed their opinions one after another, resolute as ever in the face of death. Yang Kai turned his head, glanced at them, and smiled slightly. "Don't worry. With things already having reached this point, naturally it is impossible for me to simply abandon you here. Today, all of us will leave here together." "Leave here together?" Kuang Shizong sneered. "Boy, you think too highly of yourself. In my Purple Star City, you don't have the qualifications to act so impudently." Saying so, he waved his hand, and the 8 Purple Star First Order Origin King Realm Elders flew up to encircle Yang Kai together with Li Mao Ming and Gong Sun Liang. In the blink of an eye, 10 Origin Kings had surrounded Yang Kai, while the Third Order Origin King, Kuang Shizong, eyed him covetously. Shen Tu and his entourage wore gloomy expressions as they realized that this time they were really unable to escape disaster. Yang Kai, however, just laughed loudly. Interesting. It's rare to meet so many masters at once. It's really exciting. If that is the case, then I can really cut loose and run amok." Kuang Shizong frowned, seeing Yang Kai still acting so rampantly, wondering what other cards he was hiding, unable to stop himself from worrying slightly. "Everyone, be careful. Yang Kai grinned before waving his hand and shouting loudly, "Come out!" As soon as these words fell, a huge creature suddenly appeared above Purple Star City. One that was as tall as a mountain and blocked out the sunlight with its shadow as soon as it manifested. "What is that?" Someone could not help but exclaim. "So big? A humanoid puppet. What the hell is it?" Everyone stared up at this huge figure and almost lost the ability to think. This figure was 1,000 meters high and had a human form but was clearly composed of rock. Its body was rough and angular, but also bulky and burly, giving it an imposing appearance. From its body, there was no aura of life, but the pure pressure it radiated was comparable to that of a third-order Origin King. Every Origin King realm standing midair felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. The cultivators below the Origin King realm were under even greater strain, as some with lower strength even lost the ability to fly and fell from the sky screaming. This stone giant's eyes were bright though, as if they were full of sentience, and once it appeared, it immediately began falling straight down. It was as if a giant meteor was crashing to the ground. "Not good!" Kuang Shizong roared upon seeing Yang Kai's huge embodiment falling downward. But just when he was about to move to intercept it, the sky suddenly darkened again, accompanied by the crisp bird cry. A massive firebird with a long flaming tail suddenly appeared and covered the sky. This firebird seemed to be composed entirely of flames and had faint streaks of lightning flashing across its figure. The aura of destruction coming from it caused the hearts of many to clench, and as it flapped its wings the surrounding temperature rose sharply. Things had not ended yet, though, as several golden blood threads shot out and transformed into various roaring beasts. The blood beast army had appeared. Thunderflame bird, tail-crowned snake, silent vermilion bird, star king turtle, eight-eyes demon toad, purple thunderbolt sky leopard. There were many others as well. Besides the steel flame ghost spider that Yang Kai had left in Tongxian realm to guard 9 heavens holy land. All his other remaining blood beasts were dispatched now. Every blood beast emitted a powerful energy fluctuation that was no weaker than a third-order Origin returning realm master. Nearly 20 blood beasts gathered in one place, releasing a blinding golden light that seemed to soar up into the starry sky. The situation had once again changed abruptly. So many strange creatures appearing above Purple Star Palace dazed the masters down below for a moment. "Oh!" A roar resounded across the sky as stone puppet Xiao, who had been standing to the side the whole time, received instructions from Yang Kai and slapped his chest with both fists like a war drum. As this drumbeat sounded, Xiao's body grew even larger as he assumed his stone giant form. In the next moment, a blazing fire emerged from Xiao's body as a shocking scorching heat burst out, causing his skin to rapidly melt. It looked as if he was wearing an armor of lava. It was Xiao's final form, the lava giant. Xiao was now 100 meters tall, and his body was covered in molten lava, giving everyone around him an unimaginable sense of oppression. On his shoulder, he carried the thick heaven-shaking pillar that weighed several million kilograms. In Xiao's hands, the heaven-shaking pillar looked as light as a feather, but when he swung it around lightly, all the buildings within 1,000 meters exploded into dust. The shockwave that rolled outwards as a result of this swing pounded the hearts of every Origin King present like a sledgehammer, eliciting looks of fear from them. Honk! At that moment, the embodiment landed on the ground. Yang Kai's embodiment, which was like a giant mountain, fell like a meteor, and its impact caused the whole of Purple Star City to tremble. Even the houses far away in Outer City cracked at this moment, while the houses in the inner city which were closer collapsed directly. Yang Kai stood mid-air with a leisurely look on his face, grinning frivolously as he unscrupulously stared at Kuang Shizong, whose face on the other hand had gone from red to blue, and blue to green. The embodiment slowly raised one of its big feet and took a step forward. The movements of the embodiment were incredibly slow, as if it was struggling against some kind of profound seal that hindered its pace. But that single step was enough to leave a massive footprint in Purple Star City, crushing everything beneath it to dust. The embodiment made no attacking actions and simply walked back and forth. But this was enough to bring unimaginable destruction. What the hell is that? Quickly! Attack it! If we do not stop it now, Purple Star City will be destroyed. Many masters yelled, and before Kuang Shizong even issued an order, they used their various methods to strike the embodiment. 10 Origin Kings, including 2 second orders, unleashed their secret techniques without hesitation, while also summoning their artifacts to attack. All these blows converged into a single powerful blow that struck towards the embodiment in an attempt to prevent its actions. A series of explosions rang out as earth and rock were sent flying. The brilliant flash from this detonation even forced the masters present to squint their eyes. After the light dissipated and they witnessed the results of their assault, though, everyone's blood seemed to run cold. 10 Origin Kings joining forces failed to destroy this behemoth. Although it seemed to have taken some damage and lost a fair amount of rocks from its body, the aura coming from the embodiment had not waned in the slightest. On the contrary, it seemed to only become more ferocious. This was Yang Kai's soul clone embodiment, so it had inherited Yang Kai's character and thoughts, even his mannerisms, so how could it tolerate being attacked like this and not fight back? A terrifying light burst from the embodiment's eyes as its huge body squatted slightly, and one of its feet lifted up high before it stomped down fiercely. Massive fissures opened up in the ground from the point of impact and rapidly spread out in all directions. The embodiment stretched out its hands towards the shattered earth, sweeping up countless big and small pieces of stone with an invisible force. The smaller rocks were only the size of melons, while the bigger ones were comparable to houses. The embodiment let out a great roar next as it sent all the rocks and flying in all directions. Such an attack may not have been able to harm an Origin King, and even the Origin returning Realm Masters could easily avoid it, but where these rocks flew, palaces and houses were leveled. In just a short period of 5 breaths, half of the Purple Star Palace, centralized on the embodiment's location, was destroyed. Kuang Shizong's face was ugly to the extreme. In his force's supreme headquarters, a lone enemy was acting so rampantly, while all of Purple Star's high-end combat power was powerless to stop him. If word of this spread out, Purple Star would degenerate into a laughingstock across the entire star field. This would undoubtedly become the greatest stain on Purple Star's reputation in its entire history. He wanted to make a move to settle things quickly, but with Yang Kai's full attention focused on him, he was unable to find an opportunity to act. A piercing cry rang out suddenly as the Firebird, which had been floating lightly above Yang Kai's head until now, flew out without receiving any kind of order. Yang Kai raised his brow, wondering what Lu Yen was up to, but after quickly sweeping the battlefield with his eyes and noticing a certain something, he understood and didn't try to stop her. Lu Yen was extremely fast, and with a single flap of her wings she had already crossed a kilometer distance. Appearing right in front of Li Mao Ming, she opened her beak and spat out a streak of burning hot flames mixed with purple lightning. Perceiving the terrifying power contained in this jet of flame, Li Mao Ming did not dare to neglect and hurriedly dodged, while at the same time taking a deep drink from his wine bottle before spitting out a jet of blue flame towards Lu Yen. Seeing this, Lu Yan's eyes flashed a cunning light, and instead of retreating, she actually shot forward, opened her beak and swallowed the blue flame into her mouth. At the same time, her belly swelled up and she let out a light belching sound, causing everyone who was watching to gawk. She had directly sucked the blue flame into her stomach. Having succeeded in her little plot, Lu Yen flew back towards Yang Kai without looking back. Li Mao Ming, on the other hand, stood on the stop. His jaw dropped as he stared dumbly into space, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just happened. Only after a long silence did he return to his senses and exclaim, "My blue ice flame!" As he shouted, Li Mao Ming quickly formed a series of seals while pushing his divine sense and Saint Qi, trying to wrest control of the blue ice flame from Lu Yen before she could refine it. Lu Yan's Firebird form began to bulge and undulate, as if something was rioting inside her belly. Flashes of red, purple, and blue light appeared continuously from her body. Lu Yen could not help letting out painful cries. She wanted to seize the blue ice flame forcefully, which was naturally not an easy task and would require her to pay a certain price. After all, the blue ice flame was no ordinary dead object. It was a rare treasure that Li Mao Ming managed to obtain after a near-death adventure he had many years ago. Among the 3 colors that Lu Yen now glowed with, red represented her own fire attribute power, The purple was the thunder attribute power she obtained from swallowing and refining the heaven-scorching thunder fire before, and the blue was naturally the power of the blue ice flame. The three colors were in a state of chaos at the moment, with none having an advantage over the other, taking Lu Yan's body as a battlefield in a seemingly endless struggle. However, Lu Yan was no ordinary existence either. Having absorbed the sun's true fire and the heaven-scorching thunder fire, neither of which lost out when compared to the blue ice flame, the stalemate only lasted a short time before the brightly flickering blue light began to dim. At that moment, Lu Yan's figure trembled, and the phantom image of a tripod-style furnace appeared within her. This was her natal artifact, the Origin King-grade artifact refining furnace. The blue ice flame was quickly condensed and sealed by the artifact refining furnace. Having gained control over this new flame, as long as she was given enough time, Lu Yan would be able to refine it into her being to increase her strength. Pooh! In the distance, Li Mao Ming spurted out a mouthful of blood as he felt his connection to the blue ice flame become severed. It was now impossible for him to retrieve it unless he were to kill this strange firebird. While Lu Yan and Li Mao Ming were fighting for control of the blue ice flame, Xiao Xiao had been engaging in battle with Gongsun Liang. Although Xiao Xiao had assumed his stone giant form, compared with the enormous embodiment, he still looked like a grandson in front of his grandfather. Gongsun Liang saw that his strength was insufficient to deal with the embodiment, so he instead turned his attention to Xiao Xiao. Gongsun Liang's short sword artifact had been damaged quite badly already, losing much of its spirituality, so he was unable to use it again at this moment. Instead, he summoned a heavy-looking warhammer-type artifact. Pouring his strength into this artifact, Gongsun Liang slammed it down at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao met his attack head-on with a swing of his stick. The hammer-like artifact exploded into dust on contact and Gongsun Liang's whole body was sent flying, the bones in both his arms shattering from the impact. Only now did Gongsun Liang realize how big a mistake he had made. Although his hammer artifact was not Origin King grade, it was still Origin grade high rank. Yet this extremely strong artifact exploded into dust, so it was not hard to imagine just how powerful the strong stone giant's seemingly simple stick really was. This strength alone was enough to win 10 out of 10 frontal contests. The two second-order Origin Kings were both easily taken down, causing the remaining 8 first-order Origin King Realm Elders to exchange lost and helpless glances for a time. The embodiment continued its unhurried stroll, leaving deep cracks and gullies as it took each step, its very existence like a mountain pressing down on all the Purple Star Masters' hearts, making them breathless. Even Shin Tu and his followers, who were being guarded by Yang Kai, had their jaws dropped at the moment as they stared blankly at the scene before them, unable to believe what they were seeing. With just his own strength, Yang Kai was fighting against all the Masters of Purple Star, including 8 First-Order Origin Kings, 2 Second-Order Origin Kings, and 1 Third-Order Origin King. But not only was he not losing, he also occupied the absolute advantage. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it possible. Shin Tu was thoroughly shocked, but at the same time somewhat embarrassed and depressed. Thinking back to when he and Yang Kai met for the first time, Yang Kai had been far behind him in terms of cultivation and the two of them had to mutually help one another in order to survive. But upon meeting again, after just a few dozen years, Shin Tu found that his friend now stood at a height that he couldn't see even by craning his neck up high. This massive gap would be impossible for him to close for the rest of his life. This discovery made Shin Tu feel somewhat lost. These years he had not been wasting his time. Rather, he had been working hard to cultivate, wanting to be recognized by President AIO and wanting to surpass his outstanding third brother. But his achievements now seemed so worthless in front of Yang Kai. "Senior, do you want me to continue?" Up in the air, Yang Kai, who had been silently confronting Kuang Shizong, suddenly smiled and asked with a leisurely expression, "If we continue this little show much longer, I am afraid Purple Star City will really be reduced to rubble. But I suppose that's fine too. Purple Star is so big and has thousands of cities, so even without Purple Star City, there are still others to stay in. And maybe I should go visit those cities too. I believe I can see them all eventually if I have enough time." As soon as this remark came out, everyone from Purple Star trembled in fright. If Yang Kai had said this before, Most people would have laughed it off as some kind of wild joke, but after witnessing the destructive power of these strange creatures, no one dared to doubt Yang Kai's ability anymore. As long as he had enough patience, he could definitely level all of Purple Star with this strange army at his command. Everyone looked at Kuang Shizong, and 9 out of 10 people had an imploring expression on their face. They were truly frightened. Although Yang Kai had been raising a big fuss until now, he had not begun slaughtering people. If his hand was forced, though, it wasn't clear just how many of them would survive today. Enough! Although Kuang Shizong felt deep anger in his heart, he still had to shout. Yang Kai smiled slightly. So, is Senior willing to discuss terms with me? You win. Kuang Shizong looked at Yang Kai with a sullen face and unforgettable hatred in his eyes. Take those people and get out of my Purple Star quickly. If you dare to step into my Purple Star again in the future, this old master vows to kill you, no matter the cost. Senior may rest assured, I won't visit Purple Star ever again. Yang Kai grinned, not caring one bit about Kuang Shizong's threat. Anyone who had any intelligence knew that this was nothing more than empty posturing. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space and a second-order Origin King, so no one in the entire starfield could kill him unless they managed to trap him inside a sealed space and then wore him down by sending multiple masters to face him one after another. This old master does not consider this matter over, and one day soon, this old master will go to the Water Moon Star in person to speak with AIO. Kuang Shizong looked at Yang Kai coldly as he emphasized every word. Even now, he believed Yang Kai was a member of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Water Moon Star welcomes you any time. Yang Kai smiled before turning to Shintu and saying, Brother Shintu, everything has been settled. Please leave first. What about you? Shintu frowned as he looked at Yang Kai, some faint worry on his face. I'll stay here and watch them. Yang Kai pointed down. I'm afraid that if we try to leave together, they will try to intercept the starship. Don't worry, if I want to leave, they can't stop me. I'll join you later. Shintu thought about it for a moment before agreeing with this idea and simply cupping his fists and saying, In that case, be careful, Brother Yang. I'll be waiting for you aboard the starship. Yang Kai nodded. Be careful along the way. Shintu left without looking back together while the other cultivators from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce also nodded to Yang Kai to express their gratitude before quickly following. Down below, Xiao Xiao reverted to his small and harmless appearance and shouldered his heaven-shaking pillar before chasing after Shintu and the others, seemingly having been ordered by Yang Kai to escort them to safety. The many masters of Purple Star stood still, not daring to act rashly, only able to watch these few Origin returning realm cultivators fly off right from under their noses. A look of humiliation appeared on all their faces as they gazed hatefully towards Yang Kai. You're quite the cautious one, boy, Kuang Shizong suddenly said. Senior is too kind. It is only normal to act cautiously under such circumstances. Yang Kai chuckled. The one that left just now and the one still down below, what are they? Why has this old master never encountered their kind before? Are they puppets or some kind of life form? Kuang Shizong asked with squinting eyes. They're living creatures, but from a very rare race. If Senior wants to find one, I'm afraid it would be a futile quest. Contrary to Kuang Shizong's expectation, Yang Kai did not try to conceal anything, instead giving him clear and direct answers. I obtained these two by chance and coincidence. Kuang Shizong nodded lightly before turning his attention to the 20 or so blood beasts with interest. What about these? You're not going to tell this old master these are living creatures too, are you? They're condensed through a certain secret technique. Does Senior want to learn it? If so, I can teach you if you want, Yang Kai said with a harmless grin. Forget it, Kuang Shizong coldly snapped. This old master is afraid he won't be able to pay the price. He also knew that Yang Kai was simply chatting with him to pass the time, so he simply took the opportunity to gather some intelligence. As for Yang Kai saying he would teach him this secret technique, he would no doubt put forward some ridiculous demands in exchange. So Kuang Shizong wouldn't embarrass himself by asking. All right then. Yang Kai did not care and no longer spoke to Kuang Shizong. Suddenly, Li Maoming stepped forward with a depressed expression, cupped his fists and called out, Brother Yang, Can you give me back my blue ice flame? Blue ice flame. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at Lu Yen thoughtfully, knowing immediately what Li Mao Ming was referring to. And that blue ice flame is of great use to me if I lose it. Li Mao Ming looked embarrassed. Haha. Brother Li is addressing the wrong person. You'll have to ask her if you want that thing back. Yang Kai pointed his finger at Lu Yen. Brother Yang must be joking. Li Mao Ming's mouth twitched. Although this Li cannot see what kind of existence that is, it's obvious that you are its master. Retrieving the blue ice flame from it would only take a word from Brother Yang. Good. I can exchange it for an Origin King-grade artifact. What do you say? The condition put forward by Li Mao Ming was quite reasonable. So Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before saying, Then I'll ask for you. Many thanks, Brother Yang. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Lu Yen and asked, You heard what was said just now? Could you return that blue flame? If you agree, just nod. If you refuse, shake your head. Lu Yen cast a sidelong glance at Yang Kai before turning her gaze aside indifferently. Yang Kai saw this and smirked. Brother Li, as you can see, she has a bit of a bad temper and probably doesn't want to return it. This? Li Mao Ming was speechless. At that moment, a starship rose up into the sky from nearby and soon began to accelerate away at an extremely rapid rate, breaking through the clouds soon after and sailing towards the distant starry sky. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, Everyone, this Yang will say his goodbyes here. Perhaps we shall meet again on some distant mountain or field. Saying so, he recalled his blood-beast army, Lu Yen, and his embodiment before his figure flickered and he chased after the starship. Brother Yang, please wait. My blue ice flame. Li Mao Ming cried out pitifully but received no response. Martial ancestor, are we just going to let him leave like this? Gong Sun Liang stood beside Kuang Shizong and asked despondently. Today's battle not only brought great shame to Purple Star, but also to Gong Sun Liang personally. In this battle, he had suffered extremely heavy losses and did not want to let things end miserably. Kuang Shizong heard these words but did not answer immediately, his eyes smoldering with a burning light, as if hesitating whether to take this opportunity to pursue or not. Not good, not good. Suddenly a panic-stricken shout rang out and everyone turned to see a panicked Ji Jun, the one who had always been assisting Ziwu Ji, run out. Old Ji, what happened? Ziwu Ji did his best to ignore the pain he was feeling and asked. Second young master, that venerable Yang ransacked the entire Purple Star Vault. Ji Jun shouted loudly. What? Ziwu Ji and Kuang Shizong's faces changed drastically at the same time, while everyone else present was filled with furious indignation. How did that surnamed Yang enter the Purple Star Vault? Where did he get the key? Who led him to it? So that's how it is. I was wondering why Second Young Master suddenly removed all the guards from around the vault today, so it was for this reason. Gong Sun Liang looked at Ziwu Ji grimly. Were you colluding with him all along? Ziwu Ji felt his chest tighten as he suddenly found that he was unable to even make a convincing argument, only uttering anxiously. He said he only wanted a single thing. How was I supposed to know he would be so insatiable? Even so, I made old Ji follow him to monitor it, becoming the focus of everyone's attention once again. Ji Jun looked down in shame and muttered, I was knocked out by him and did not awaken until just now. You waste! Kuang Shizong roared furiously as he waved his hand and sent out a surge of power that knocked Ziwu Ji into a nearby wall, his life or death completely uncertain, before shouting, Pursue him! No matter the cost, we must kill that boy in the starry sky today. Yes! Receiving their orders, everyone used their movement skills to fly off in a certain direction. A short time later, more than a dozen Origin-grade high-rank starships were launched above Purple Star City, with a single Origin King-grade starship leading the way, all of them soaring up into the starry sky a moment later. The others may not know what kind of treasures were stored in Purple Star's vault, but how could Kuang Shizong not know? Almost all the items inside weren't of too much consequence and could be replaced given enough time. But that true dragon scale was a priceless treasure that had been in Purple Star's possession since its founding. For thousands of years, the geniuses of Purple Star had tried to refine that dragon scales for their own use, with even Kuang Shizong having tried once, but none had succeeded so far. In the end, it could only be stored away in the vault. Although no one could refine that dragon scale, it did not mean it had no value. On the contrary, its value was immeasurable. Now that the dragon scale had been stolen by Yang Kai, how could Kuang Shizong let him simply swagger away? Now things had really developed to the point where either Yang Kai died or he died. All of Purple Star City had felt the shocking effects of today's events. The fallout from the battle between so many Origin Kings had made many weaker cultivators panic. And now, seeing so many starships set sail together, even a fool would know that something big had just happened to Purple Star. However, no one knew the truth behind what was going on. In the starry sky, Yang Kai quickly caught up with the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce starship, and after sending a quite divine sense message, its hatch was opened, and he flew inside where he found Shin Tu waiting for him together with everyone else. "Brother Yang." Shin Tu cupped his fists and with a solemn expression declared, "This Shin Tu will not forget this grace for the rest of his life. If Brother Yang has need of this Shin Tu's assistance in any way in the future, he only needs to ask." Yang Kai laughed lightly. "Brother Shin Tu is too serious. We're all one family, so there's no need to be so polite." "We're all one family?" A trace of doubt flashed across Shin Tu's face, but he did not think about it too much and just assumed Yang Kai was being polite with him. However, Yang Kai being able to say this made him incredibly happy, as it made it clear that Yang Kai did not despise him just because his strength had grown far beyond his. Aboard the starship, not only were Shin Tu and his escorts present, but also the people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Hua Yumeng, Xia Jingwu, Yao Qing, Hai Tang, Gao Hong and all the others were currently staring at Yang Kai, their eyes clearly containing worry for him but also a sense of loss for themselves. All of them had lived on Purple Star for their entire lives, and although none of them ever officially joined Purple Star, they still considered themselves half Purple Star cultivators. Now that they were suddenly forced to escape from Purple Star and would never be able to return, they couldn't help worrying about their future as they had lost their sense of direction. However, they knew that after Yang Kai raised such a ruckus on Purple Star no longer had a place for them. Only death would await them if they remained. In addition to the people of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, Li Nuo from Clear Sky Auction House and the beautiful woman named Aunt Chun were also aboard the starship, as well as some cultivators from Clear Sky Auction House. At this moment, Li Nuo and Aunt Chun looked at Yang Kai with faces filled with gratitude. The reason was simple. Their Clear Sky Auction House was one of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's hidden assets on Purple Star, and after Yang Kai accidentally discovered that Shin Tu was imprisoned that day, the person Shin Tu asked him to contact was none other than Li Nuo. After all this trouble, Clear Sky Auction House would certainly be unable to maintain a foothold on Purple Star, so Yang Kai had prepared Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, Li Nuo, Aunt Chun and all the others associated with them beforehand to leave Purple Star once Shin Tu was freed. The arrangements were perfect, and the plan went off extremely smoothly, but that was only thanks to the endless trump cards Yang Kai had in his possession together with his incredible combat power. President Hua. Let me introduce you. This is the son of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's president, Shin Tu. Yang Kai chuckled and pointed to Shin Tu. Hua Yumeng was extremely shocked when she heard these words, seemingly never having expected the young man who just fled into the starship in such a disheveled condition to have such an incredible background. Xia Jingwu and the others from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce also gawked towards Shin Tu in disbelief. Shin Tu grinned and said freely, "Since you are Brother Yang's friends, then you are my Shin Tu's friends as well. I was waiting for you to say that." Yang Kai smiled before saying, "President Hua and her companions were implicated this time because of me and forced to leave Purple Star, so they currently have no suitable place to go. Brother Shin Tu, if it is convenient, could you find a place for them to stay on Water Moon Star?" "Certainly," Shin Tu thumped his chest and said righteously. "I own a 1,000,000-kilometer-wide territory on Water Moon Star with 7 cities and numerous big and small towns. If President Hua would like, you can accompany me back there to serve as a high-level managers in the Chamber of Commerce, handling various matters related to foreign trade." A 1,000,000-kilometer territory, 7 cities, high-level managers of the Chamber of Commerce? Everyone from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was stunned. their jaws dropping as they could hardly believe their ears. Before they met Yang Kai, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was just a small, little-known chamber of commerce that struggled to survive on the lowest rung of Purple Star City's markets. But now, with a single sentence, Shintu was able to elevate their position to one they could not even dream of reaching if they had toiled away for another 1,000 years. With this kind of advantage, and the more than 200 million St. Crystals currently owned by Hua Yumeng, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce's rise was all but inevitable. Is this really proper? Hua Yumeng's face flushed with excitement as she stammered to Yang Kai. What could be improper? Shintu laughed. My Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is based on business, and Water Moonstar has more large and small chambers of commerce than Purple Star City. Since you are originally members of a Chamber of Commerce, then your ideas and intentions already coincide with my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's. By making you high-level managers, I will also have less to worry about, so I'll be relying on you in the future. Yang Kai smiled at Hua Yumeng and said, since Brother Shintu has said so, President Hua should not refuse. Hua Yumeng still looked like she was in a dream, a beautiful smile adorning her face as she envisioned the bright future before her. Unable to even reply until Xia Jing Wu lightly coughed to awaken her. Collecting herself quickly, Hua Yumeng gratefully and elegantly bowed. In that case, this mistress will offer her sincere thanks to second young master. Shintu waved his hand lightly and said, President Hua is too polite. From now on, we are all one big family, you don't need to act so courteously. Li Nua stepped forward, took Hua Yumeng's arm, and said affectionately, Elder Sister Hua, Junior Sister will also be working in second young master's territory in the future, so I'll ask you in advance to take care of me then. Junior Sister surely jests. It should be Elder Sister asking for your care. Inside the starship, everyone was experiencing the joy of escaping from death and was looking forward to a beautiful tomorrow, causing the atmosphere to be extremely light and harmonious. A moment later, though, Yang Kai frowned, glanced back, and snorted softly. It seems that Purple Star isn't willing to give up so easily. Shintu's face changed. What's the situation? 10 starships are pursuing us. 9 Origin Grade High Rank with 1 Origin King Grade starship leading them. As soon as this statement was made, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Origin King Grade starships were rare no matter what force it was. Even Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce only had a few such ships. The same was true for Purple Star. It was not difficult to guess that the person commanding this Origin King Grade starship was Kwang Shizong. Although this Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce starship was also Origin Grade High Rank, trying to face an enemy which was both stronger and faster in the starry sky would only result in it and everyone aboard being blown to pieces. Even with just the Origin King Grade starship as their opponent, it was more than enough to consign them to death. Not to mention the fact that there were 9 other Origin Grade High Rank starships as well. What are we going to do? We need to run. We can't escape. The other party's Origin King Grade starship is faster than ours. We might as well turn and fight. Everyone fell into a panic and began shouting. Shintu, however, just turned to look at Yang Kai thoughtfully before suddenly bursting into laughter. All of you calm down with Brother Yang here. What is there to worry about? Brother Yang could bring us out from a place like Purple Star City. Now we're in the vast starry sky, an ocean wider than any fish could swim and a sky broader than any bird could soar. How could those bastards from Purple Star possibly stop us here? Hearing what he said, everyone's flustered mood suddenly calmed down and they all turned to Yang Kai. Seeing him still wearing a calm and fearless look, everyone else immediately knew that he must have a way to escape from their pursuers and immediately felt relieved, even becoming somewhat eager to see what magical method he would show them this time. Brother Shintu has such great confidence in me. Yang Kai laughed before nodding. Okay. Just as Brother Shintu said, I can naturally keep everyone safe. Just continue sailing forward and leave the outside affairs to me. Saying so, his figure flickered, and he disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he had already arrived outside the starship and stood atop its deck. Looking towards the rear, Yang Kai was able to clearly see the 10 pursuing starships approaching at rapid speed. The lead Origin King Grade starship exuding a terrifying momentum like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. After just 10 short breaths, the distance between the two sides had halved, and soon the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce starship entered the range of the Origin King grade starship's crystal cannons. Kuang Shizong's roar rang out at that moment. "Boy! Surrender everything you stole from my Purple Star's vault, or this old master swears he will kill you today." This voice billowed like thunder, showing just how angered Kuang Shizong was. Yang Kai just smiled slightly and called out casually, "Why is Senior so stingy? Purple Star is so wealthy and those things in your vault weren't even being used. Just let me take them with me for now and I'll return them at some point in the future. Return what you stole to this old master now and this old master can pretend nothing happened, otherwise, even if you can escape today, everyone in that starship will be buried in the starry sky." It seems Senior has no interest in negotiating. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders helplessly. "I have no intention of returning these things now, but if Senior continues to pester me about them, I would be happy to teach Senior an unforgettable lesson. Bold. Do not think that just because you are proficient in the Tao of space you can do whatever you want. This starry sky goes on forever, and there are countless capable masters you have not met. How could a frog at the bottom of the well possibly see how vast the sky truly is? This old master will give you one last chance. Return what you stole or die." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Senior, I will also give you one last chance. End your pursuit now, otherwise you may not be able to bear the consequences." Good, good, good. Boy, for repeatedly insulting this old master. This old master will teach you how to show proper respect today. With Kuang Shizong's roar, several dozen crystal cannons emerged from the Origin King grade starship's hull, each one covered in complicated glowing arrays. A dazzling light burst forth, making the entire Origin King grade starship as bright as a dazzling sun. Terrifying energy fluctuations filled the void. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he stood atop the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce starship, took a deep breath, and pushed his space force madly. Honk! With a muffled thud, the Origin King grade starship of Purple Star shook slightly and dozens of pure white beams of light, like streaking comets, rushed out towards where Yang Kai stood, vaporizing any stray asteroids in the starry sky that were unfortunate enough to be in their path. A crystal cannon volley was the most terrifying attack a starship possessed. The crystal cannon volley of an Origin-grade low-rank starship was capable of destroying a small city, and as the rank of a starship increased, the power of its cannons increased geometrically. An Origin King-grade starship crystal cannon's bombardment could destroy a tenth of a small cultivation star. 10 volleys were enough to destroy a cultivation star. The columns of white light flashed forward and directly penetrated the Origin-grade high-rank starship of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Like a snowflake under the scorching sun, the Origin-grade high-rank starship did not even manage to resist for a single breath before distorting and disappearing, seemingly vaporizing directly. Seeing this scene, though, Kuang Shizong was startled, apparently not thinking it would be this easy. But in the next moment, he realized that something was wrong, and he quickly shifted his gaze. Where he was now looking, the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce starship was safe and sound in the starry sky and still fleeing forward while Yang Kai stood atop it completely unscathed and wearing a carefree expression. Kuang Shizong could even see a look of mockery on his face. He can teleport an entire starship? Kuang Shizong quickly understood what had happened and his entire body stiffened in place, as if he had been struck by lightning, a look of shock covering his face. Kuang Shizong had witnessed Yang Kai use Space Force before and had an idea about what he was capable of, but he had never imagined that not only was Yang Kai capable of teleporting himself without a trace, he could even move an entire Origin-grade high-rank starship with him as well. This was no longer something within the realm of human ability. It was simply a miracle. It was for this reason that the devastating crystal cannon volley did not have any effect. As Kuang Shizong was lost in a daze, Yang Kai's deep voice suddenly called out, "Since Senior insists on being stubborn, he must pay the price." "Not good," Kuang Shizong exclaimed. Although he didn't know what kind of method Yang Kai was about to use, he instinctually felt that things were about to take a turn for the worse, as if whatever Yang Kai was about to show him would be something he was completely incapable of resisting. "Quick! Activate all defenses at maximum strength," Kuang Shizong roared. The cultivators responsible for controlling the Origin King-grade starship did not dare to hesitate and quickly operated the spirit arrays in front of them to erect a powerful barrier around the ship. This barrier was powerful enough that even if a third-order Origin King used their full strength to attack it, it would not break. But even so, Kuang Shizong was still uneasy, his hairs standing on end as he felt a lingering palpitation in his heart. From the front, a faint purple light suddenly flickered. This purple light was not dazzling in any sense, as different from the brilliant light of the dozens of crystal cannons from before as a firefly was to a full moon. But when this purple light appeared, Kuang Shizong felt his heart clench. Staring wide-eyed at this purple light, he felt like he had been thrown into a winter blizzard and could not stop himself from shivering. From where the purple light originated, he felt a majestic aura which made him instinctually want to kneel and surrender, even destroying the idea of trying to resist. Emperor pressure. Kuang Shizong was a third-order Origin King with vast life experience, so he immediately understood what this domineering force was. Whatever the source of the purple light was, it was able to emit Emperor pressure. Wouldn't that mean he possesses an Emperor artifact? Impossible! Emperor artifacts were things of legend that were rumored to be the personal artifacts of the Starry Sky Great Emperor, treasures far beyond Origin King grade. If it really was an Emperor artifact, this Origin King grade starship would not be able to stop it. Realizing this, Kuang Shizong shouted hurriedly, "If you don't want to die, run." As he spoke, he rushed directly to where the starship's hatch was located and punched it open before the cultivator controlling it even had a chance to respond, making a big hole in the sturdy hull before fleeing through it into the starry sky. Kuang Shizong was the supreme existence of Purple Star, so seeing him so terrified, how could anyone else dare to remain? Everyone hurriedly followed Kuang Shizong to escape from the hole in the hatch. Far away, Xianxia held the Annihilation Thunder Bead in his hand and stared solemnly towards the Origin King-grade starship chasing them, his Saint Chi flooding out of his body at an astonishing rate. On the Annihilation Thunder Bead's surface, a faint streak of purple lighting flickered back and forth as Xianxia's Saint Chi continued to pour in. Chi. At a certain moment, when the amount of Saint Chi poured in reached a critical point, a lightning arc suddenly burst out of the Annihilation Thunder Bead and shot out like a comet under the direction of Xianxia's divine sense, piercing the starry sky. This purple bolt flew like an arrow from a bow straight towards the Purple Star Origin King-grade starship. Silently, this purple bolt of lightning impacted the barrier outside the Origin King-grade starship, and despite the barrier being sturdy enough to resist the full-powered attack of a third-order Origin King undamaged, this small purple lightning bolt blew a giant hole in it. Immediately afterwards, the hull was penetrated, and a massive hole was pierced straight through it all the way to the other side of the starship before the purple arc continued through the barrier on the other side as well. The purple lightning bolt remained undiminished in intensity as it swiftly flew towards one of the 9 starships that was following behind. Honk! With a loud bang, the Origin-grade high-rank starship did not even have time to evade before the purple lightning bolt struck, instantly vaporizing it. Only then did a loud cracking sound echo from the leading Origin King-grade starship. The barrier arranged outside it shattered like a broken mirror as the massive hull was all but split in two. Fortunately, the materials this Origin King-grade starship were refined from were all extremely precious, so despite being so damaged, it did not explode on the spot. However, it was clear this Origin King-grade starship had basically been scrapped. In order to repair it, it would require almost as much money and manpower as simply building another from scratch. In the starry sky, Kuang Shizong, who was the first to escape, stared at the scene in a daze, his blood running cold as his face turned pale, and he muttered almost unconsciously, "It's really an Emperor artifact, a real Emperor artifact." He could not understand no matter how he thought about it. Xianxia himself was a supreme talent, had a large number of extremely powerful subordinates, was proficient in the Tao of space, and possessed an Emperor artifact. Any cultivator that had any one of these advantages could run rampant through the star field, but Xianxia actually had all of them. Was there anyone in this world who could be his opponent? Even if Kuang Shizong's cultivation realm was higher than Xianxia's, standing at the pinnacle of the star field's martial Tao, at this moment, facing the heaven-defying methods that Xianxia had shown him one by one, he could not help feeling a strong sense of powerlessness deep in his heart. Just being proficient in the Tao of space made Xianxia invincible. In this entire star field, there was likely no one who could kill him. With such methods at his disposal, it would be a blessing for him to not find trouble with others. Who would dare take the initiative to annoy him? For a moment, Kuang Shizong felt panic in his heart, a feeling he had not felt for many years and had nearly forgotten entirely. He wanted to retreat, since he could not kill Xianxia and was unable to face his Emperor Artifact's attack. Chasing him down now was just asking for trouble. However, when Kuang Shizong raised his eyes and looked in the direction of Xianxia, he immediately became overjoyed and hurriedly shouted, "Fire! Don't let him get away." He surprisingly discovered that Xianxia's complexion had become pale after using the Emperor Artifact. Kuang Shizong immediately understood that while this Emperor Artifact was extremely powerful, the price to use it was definitely not small. With Xianxia's current strength, he might not even be able to unleash a second attack. Kuang Shizong's guess was right. Xianxia really could not use the Annihilation Thunder Bead again. He had used the Annihilation Thunder Bead several times before, and each time he did, his strength had improved greatly from the previous time, but despite that, it still completely exhausted his Saint Chi and spiritual energy. Although as his strength improved, the Annihilation Thunder Bead was able to display more and more power. Being so completely drained all at once was a truly uncomfortable feeling. Perhaps only a character on Yang Yan's level could truly use the full power of the Annihilation Thunder Bead without any side effects. After displaying the Annihilation Thunder Bead, Xianxia immediately crushed the spirit pill he had been holding in his mouth. A flow of sweet, clear medicinal liquid slid down his throat and into his stomach, turning into a refreshing heat that quickly dispersed to his limbs, allowing him to restore a certain amount of Saint Chi and spiritual energy in a very short time. It was at that moment that Kuang Shizong issued the order to press the attack. There were 8 remaining intact Origin-grade high-rank starships, all of which swiftly pointed their crystal cannons towards where Xianxia stood atop the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce starship. Brilliant lights shone as a heaven-destroying and earth-shattering amount of power condensed from the 8 starships. Xianxia stared at this scene indifferently as he stood atop the ship, stared towards Kuang Shizong from afar, and said coldly, "Senior, this trip to Purple Star has made me very unhappy. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will come to greet you again to seek compensation. I pray you live a long life and don't die before then." These words burned into Kuang Shizong's heart like a soldering iron, causing him to tremble as he thought about Xianxia's various astonishing means. If he was able to escape today, then Purple Star's future would no doubt be miserable. Under his uneasy gaze, Xianxia turned around and thrust his hands forward. Something shocking happened next. Xianxia's hands were directly inserted into the void, as if there was an invisible wall in front of him. Immediately afterwards, Xianxia vigorously pulled his hands to the sides. Like Xianxia was tearing about a thin curtain, a massive void crack appeared from where his hands spread, the entire process seemingly occurring freely and easily. This void crack was like a giant beast opening its mouth to reveal a world filled with chaotic nothingness. The Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce starship then slowly sailed into this blackness. Kuang Shizong's expression was incredibly ugly as he stared at the starship diving into the void, his Saint Chi surging several times, but he chose not to make a move in the end. He knew that even if he attacked personally, he would not be able to stop Xianxia from escaping and might even be dragged into the void by him instead. Xianxia was proficient in the Tao of space, so he did not need to worry about getting lost in the void, but Kuang Shizong was different. Even if he was a third-order origin king, once he fell into the void, he would very likely become lost forever, unable to ever escape. Only a deep unwillingness and fear lingered in Kuang Shizong's heart. The unwillingness was because not only did he fail to recover the treasures Xianxia stole from Purple Star's vault, he had allowed the latter to have an opportunity to destroy an Origin-grade high-rank starship and an Origin King-grade starship. As for the fear, that was because of the last words Xianxia left. Purple Star making such an enemy was an incredibly worrying prospect. The Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce starship quickly disappeared into the void, after which the void crack rapidly sealed itself. Only then did the 8 crystal cannon barrages from the Purple Star starships fly over. The hundreds of crystal cannon blasts were a far more dazzling display than the previous volley from the Origin King-grade starship alone. But all these beams of white, destructive light hit nothing but empty space and flew off into the distant starry sky. The Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce starship and Yangkai were long gone. Kuang Shizong stood on the spot as if in despair, seemingly aging several hundred years in an instant. The remaining 8 starships also stopped, not knowing what to do. After a while, many masters flew out of the starship and gathered in front of Kuang Shizong, all of them looking at him with anxious expressions. Ha! Kuang Shizong sighed deeply and laughed in a self-deprecating manner. As I had always known, the talents from the next generation will supplant those from the old generation sooner or later. It is impossible to overcome old age. Martial ancestor. Everyone was shocked, knowing that Kuang Shizong had suffered a complete defeat at Yang Kai's hands this time, wanting to comfort him but not knowing what to say.